Jeez. All right. Well, welcome back, folks. I don't know what the hell happened. I'm on a different computer, than my Dwarf Fortress. So the Dwarf Fortress is still saved. We don't have to go through that again. But I am having issues with the stream PC, which is worse because it means that I'm having issues in the background. So we're gonna do our best to continue on with this. But welcome back, anybody. Let's get into the game again. Make sure not missing anything. Captain Tom, no, you cannot follow Monty. I'm sorry. It is against the rules. I don't know why. I don't know who came up with that rule, but I will tell you that it's against the rules for you specifically to follow Monty. I and everybody else can and should follow Monty.
I am the Lizard Queen.
You are the Lizard Queen, aren't you? There. I'm gonna tuck you behind your hat, your guy a little bit more. You are the lizard.
I'm a magician, a crotch magician.
Crotch magician. All right. Let me double check. I'm missing out not any.
Huge tracts of land.
Oh gosh, Railbound is a puzzle game. That is not. It's really neat. It was going to. You're getting too hard to think near the end of stream. Ooh, I like that. I'm probably never going to do that because I've already have a hard enough time just reading chat. No need to worry about the names of dwarves. I think like if we do it for like letting like people name themselves in the game, it would be accompanied with like a disclaimer of like we're probably going to rename this if it comes to stories. Dalton likes the world age at 150 to 250 years. Yeah, fair enough. I'm just sitting it for now for the 100 years because there's a mix of monsters and progression. I interpret that right?
It also keeps like 100 goblin sites from deciding to invade you all at once.
That's nice. Koyo broke something. I didn't break something. Windows did. I blame specifically the new CEO of Windows, whatever the hell their name is.
Yes, Windows is, in fact, the company.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it usually comes down to like, why is this weird thing stupid and bad? CEOs. Usually, it's been the case in the last couple of years, right?
Yeah.
Does the PC stream PC require percussive maintenance? Probably just to turn it off and on again situation. It hasn't done this. And like I've been using the same PC setup for like over a year, and all of a sudden it's now having issues. Anyways, welcome back from ads, folks. We are going to get back into it, and I'm going to start Fortress mode, right? Not Legends.
Right. Yeah. Legends is just for reviewing the history of the world.
That's what Boat Murdered said as of time for 10-hour Legends mode.
Yeah.
Law. I kind of like. I'm gonna peek at it a little bit. Is that like do it? No, I'll do it later because there's a Legends mode later, right? You can review it.
Yeah. I think you can. You go back and forth between them now. In ASCII, I don't think you could view. You could play a fort and view Legends at the same time, but either way.
Welcome on in, Broken Demonis. Hello, demo. What is this message? Garflin got the mommy milker. I know about the game Garflin was playing, so I assume you mean that. Very late raid. Now everybody's looking strangely at demo. Granted, given. Why is this so? Wanted more money. Yeah, kind of the. All right, let's hit fortress mode. Come on. Okay, now it's did it.
Here we go.
Now what am I looking at?
Passing a few weeks to get things ready. This is the calendar.
Mm-hmm. Granite slate, felsite. Time to somebody cast self-care on us. Go ahead and grab your sippy. Stretch. Ooh, wiggle them legs. Wiggle, 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 wiggle the woozle wigglers.
So you've got 28 days in every month, and 12 months.
Oh, and there it goes.
And if you're in a this is important because if you're in a temperate climate, your water sources may or will definitely, depending like on how big they are, freeze. Which could be a bad thing.
I would say so. And thank you for the self-care there, Leroy.
I have never
Murph.
actually used the tutorial before. You are welcome to try that. I have never clicked it.
Are we gonna do
like
it
like
together?
it says? I don't even know what it looks like actually or how it works. Non-interactive help will be available throughout the run. Otherwise, though.
Well, that's what you're here for. You're the non-interactive help.
So
Alright,
if you want to jump into it, okay.
I don't know what it does. You don't know what it does, so let's do it. So it
Well, I
drops.
found a really good place for you right there.
Oh, so normally what I would do right here is I would go and select a location, right?
Yes. Yeah. You would spend a lot of time actually deciding on finding the perfect place.
It's going pretty
Alrighty.
good, Leroy. I'm having
It
some
begins.
issues with the stream PC. It seems to be trying to crash in the background. But right now it seems stable. I hope. Fingers crossed. But yeah, it's great because it gives people 2 notifications that Zeke and I are here. When you tried Dwarf Fortress, it started in an area with frozen water and no trees. You got stuck on the tutorial because you couldn't chop a tree down. Oh no! Well, I think I saw some trees coming in. You've been meaning to get this game? Yeah, well, welcome on in. I'm just learning it myself. We haven't gotten very far into it. Ow, my head hurts. Thank you. Pizza Lemon Furry. All right, so a dwarven outpost. You have arrived after a journey in the mountain, from the mountain homes into the forbidden wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost. Oh, that's right. It skipped over where we land as well as the party building.
Yeah.
Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for a glory of all. What is that name? Lavathel?
That sounds like an elven name, which is interesting for your civilization to be called that.
It does sound elven.
Huh.
Lavathel. I gotta get good at using the tongue. Hey, ladies. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Sustenance? Yeah, sustenance. Whether by bolt, I've never actually read that word out. Read that word. I've only said that word. Huh.
Sustenance?
Yeah, I've never actually read that. It's funny. I'm trying to think if I've ever read the word. Got some weird music going on here. Whether by bolt or plow or hook. Hook? Oh, fishing? Provided for your dwarf, you are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodging ere the Yetis get hungry.
Yetis?
Yeah.
So, that bit right there, this always says the same thing, except for the nouns. Where it says "ere the blank get hungry," it'll just replace that with whatever is the apex predator in your embark region.
Yes.
Um,
Love a
I
Yeti.
don't like. I've never seen that say Yetis before.
Are Yetis
I'm
difficult?
scared for you. They're well, they're Yetis.
Good. Well, I've seen like Yetis, but they're usually treated at this about the same par as like a troll or something. Like, yeah, it's
Yeah.
scary, but like your reaction gives me hope.
You are unarmed. Let me put it this way. Okay, so you're paused right now.
Okay. Right.
Here's something before we even get into the tutorial, something that you have to do every single time you start the game is pause and immediately go into I believe it would be click the dwarf icon on the far left. I can't remember which one it actually is. On the bottom there.
Oh
sorry.
yeah. And
Yeah,
people can't
citizen
see it because your
information.
head's in the way, but it's down
Up,
in the
up,
bottom,
up.
and its hotkey is U. It is. Oh, I have the tutorial thing.
Oh,
first.
is that going to? Yeah, that might.
Okay,
Okay.
camera controls. Your view is focused on one elevation at a time. To move the camera around, you WASD or hold the middle mouse button and drag your view. Wait, which? The chat scrolled at the exact same time I hit the middle, like the scroll wheel, and I thought it was the same thing, but they're on two different computers. Okay, move the camera. Okay, WASD. Okay, whatever. Move camera up. Oh, scroll wheel. Pressing E or C or rolling the mouse wheel. Okay, down.
Yeah, that's how you look up and down different Z levels.
Right. Okay. I can kind of map that in my head.
Yeah.
When your view is in the air from above other tiles, you can see them below, but you can only interact with objects in the current elevation. Where do I see? Oh, I see the elevation on the left here. Oh my gosh.
It's on the mini map.
Or the right, rather. Actually, that's hella zoomy. I didn't know that. Oh, because it goes underground stuff too.
Yeah.
Cool.
It goes from sky to redacted. I won't spoil it.
Elevation. No, I'm scrolling. I'm scrolling down there. Oh God, hell.
Well, you can't see it now.
Oh, okay. The underworld.
In fact, I hope you never see it the same.
So
fun.
Okay, the ground is on level 39. Got it.
Yeah.
That's odd.
That does take a little bit of getting used to, like remembering holy fuck, where am I in the sky? Is this the ground? Especially if you're embarking in elevation of any sort.
Strike the abdominal snowman. Hey. Hell yeah.
You get used to. This game used to be an ASCII thing. And the Steam version comes with like this graphic thing.
Mm-hmm.
Dwarf Fortress has been around since like 2006, 2008. But the Steam version's only a couple of years old. Yeah, a couple of years old now.
I'm going to get myself some more tea. I feel like this is I need the wake up. Hey, Engaging Comics, welcome on in. Hope you are well. I have a friend here, Zeke, today.
Yeah, it's still available and it's free.
The ASCII version, that is.
Yeah, the ASCII version.
I think I have on the same PC the ASCII version downloaded. And you're gonna lurk for now. Good luck lurking. Good luck dwarfing. Good luck lurking. From Sky to Fun. Yes, fun. There's always a.
I can't wait to tell you about fun.
I can't wait to have fun.
There's many different kinds and levels of fun. Some of it more inevitable than the other.
All right, so there we go. The view will be dark underground until you begin mining. Oh, okay. So yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna see that generic black thing until you actually like hit ores and hit spaces that are holes.
Okay. Um, F1 hotkey for recentering on your wagon. Okay. I would not
That'll be
think
pretty handy,
F1
especially
for that.
considering it's in a really good location.
You can zoom in or out the play area using the left brackets. What? Ooh.
Or control and mouse wheel. That actually
Okay.
physically zooms in without changing
Oh,
the
I
elevation.
see. Cool.
You can look at your sprites and stuff a little bit better.
Yeah, I like them. Cute little dwarves and dogs and a cat. And oh my god, I think this person is a troll.
Nope, that's just a dwarf.
No, they're a troll. I think they got troll blood. Fallon, hi. Welcome on in, Beast. How are you doing? Or use the farmer's radar. What's the farmer's radar?
I can't remember exactly how that works, but there's something you can do with like farm plots
Oh,
and spelunking. Like you can do like divination kind of.
go to get
I've
some
never
coffee.
actually played with that.
Fair enough. Enjoy your coffee. Is Zeke in the Discord? Yeah. I think you're in our Discord. You are in our Discord. I'm talking to you through our voice channels.
Duk, 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 duk.
You love this song? Song of the Fallen Hero by Chase Noseworth. Sounds like a very Quill song.
So I guess this is just going to take you through like the actual physical mechanics, which I'll let it do. I mean, it can probably describe this kind of stuff better than I could, just yammering.
But you have a cuter voice than this does. All right. I'm going to recenter my camera. It's like being weird on me. Keep calibrating. Yeah. I think when I was screwing with the thing, it got kind of out of whack. All right, it's time to get to work. Let's start by digging a stairwell into the ground. There may be plenty of hillside to dig into, but you'll want to seek wealth below the surface. Mining tasks are designated on the play area. Okay, I'll see that in a second. Open the mining mode is this one right here that's shining on me. Also hotkey M. It's time to get to work. Let's start by digging a stairwell into the ground. There may be plenty hillside to dig. Oh yeah, you already did that part. There are several ways to mine. Stairwells selected. Oh, I see. Okay, so we have a stairwell mode. Gosh, why did I do the tutorial? I want to vacate out of here now. Can I hit it? No.
Oh, that X right there might actually work.
Nope.
Yeah. Okay.
I can just click through it faster. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, click the help
I'm
button.
sure you get like the gist of how to actually do all this like mechanically. You can understand how to mine and make stairwells and dig holes in the ground. It's a voxel game.
Losing is fun.
Losing is fun.
I'm looking forward to it.
There's also this built-in guide too.
Yeah. It had me hit that. How do I get out of it though? Left click, reset or expand options.
Just try hitting escape or right click. That usually gets out of a lot of things.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Okay, so we're still paused. Now, we're going to do the first meta thing, and this is incredibly crucial. This is the first like meta thing that I'm going to demand you do. Go into the citizens menu again, like I showed you at the bottom there.
Yep. Ooh.
And then, okay, first of all, click on the labor tab.
Hello?
We're going to be setting a few ground rules for our dwarves, so they don't do shit that actually starves us later.
Game crashed. They didn't like the labor tab.
Oh.
Right, let me
That doesn't usually happen.
I'm loving having all this scuff today. That's perfect. Let's go back here. I'll navigate back to the game.
ASCII version crashes a lot. Not not this.
Uh, start, create new world, start new game in existing world.
Yeah, because you didn't save once,
Got
it's
it.
going to make you do the embark thing again, yeah.
Okay, we'll actually do it the real way this time instead of the tutorial. So
Sure.
back to this.
Yeah, I think this is just going to start at the calendar screen again, probably. I've never seen this game crash just from menuing.
Well, also running in a layer on Linux, so.
Yeah.
All right, and Fortress.
Mm-hmm.
Was it? Okay, now it's going to do it here. It was weird because like I clicked on the labor tab as you said, and then it kind of just didn't respond. Akko, hi. Welcome on in.
Hi, Akko.
Borb. This is your first time chatting? I'm actually shocked. Hello. Welcome on in. Fluffy, what does that mean? I know I was talking about the troll, troll dwarf, but wow. You have an image they need to see. Fair enough. The shares is available, and I think
Where's that at?
The Discord shares probably.
Oh, I see.
Well, welcome on in either way, Akko. It's a pleasure seeing you. I'm tempted to create a redeem for people to name themselves. Make it cost a little bit because there's only a handful of them that I could do. Yeah, why not? If acquire their input. What's a good cost for that? Let's see. Maybe make it a little costlier, as you might be written about. There will be a cooldown on it. I would say just like 5 minutes. So, wait, no, that's 300 seconds.
You will be getting, depending on how successful your fort is, waves of migrants that can be anywhere from just like what I had the other day, one dude and his infant children, or like 30 people and a full caravan of like animals and shit with them too.
Nice. Oh, and we got a ASMR. Are you wanting to get any ASMR for this? It says werewolf ASMR, but I think that we can make an exception.
Do you want mustard ASMR?
Or do you want werewolf?
Excuse me.
Hi, NJ. Hello. Hey, NJ. I'm playing Dwarf Fortress. I now think of you specifically for dwarves because you've NJ is a world builder like us and does amazing pixel art. The oh god, there's a scan coming. There's a scan coming. Oh god. Oh no.
A wawa.
When I whip my head to the side like that real fast, it loses tracking. So it's been weird. I gotta learn how this new phone works. This new like camera phone thing works. Hello and welcome on in, NJ and Trash Can Wolves. Trash Can Wolves, how are you doing? You wanna?
Unfortunately, they haven't added adventure yet. I thought they would have by now.
Hello. My Trash Can Wolves, how are y'all doing? Did you know you're the finest wolves living in trash cans that I've ever known? You know that, right? Hello. You are sweetie beans. Love seeing you guys when I'm out and about. I was looking for you last night in Ruse chat. I know you guys hang out there too, as well as Garflin's. Mwah. Oh, too big. But yeah, like I like in Norun's there, Norun saga. They're she does a lot of like world building, and then does like pixel art for it, and it's super gorgeous pixel art. You might have seen some of her stuff in the Discord.
Very cool.
And she designed up Dverger, like based on like the Norse pronunciation or the Norse spelling of dwarves. But they were designed to be like badger-like, and it's like so cool. It's actually something we've thought about too, is like having dwarf and like what is like the equivalence of like fantasy races, but like in like animal form. And we arrived on badgers being about the same thing as dwarves, because they're like tough.
I love that so much.
Tough, buff, short, don't put up with anything.
Oh my gosh.
You used to have a bumper sticker that says, honey badgers don't give a fuck. We didn't put it on the car or anything. It was just a very funny sticker somebody gave us.
So good.
Did they add adventure yet? No, it looked like it was still coming soon. I saw something about adventure mode, and as soon as that comes out, I am looking forward to that.
It's like Caves of Could. It's just like everything you've ever wanted in an ASCII choose your own adventure thing.
Hell yeah. I want to look in Caves of Cud too. I think you mentioned it, and it was on we have like a save folder of games and stuff that we're going to check out. It was in there too. So somebody else also had mentioned it. It's like, oh God, got to get that. Is in the beta branch, officially comes out in like 2 weeks. Oh,
cool.
Zeke, do you have a Blue Sky?
I do. It's marsupial with an X, because I used to be a kangaroo. I'm still a kangaroo at heart.
Bisky. I want to make sure I add you, or if I haven't already. It could be like Steam adding you again as a friend. You said it was what, Mark? Oh, there you are,
Marsupial, yeah.
Yep, following. I'm going to post this link in there just for chat, if that's okay. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
There we go. There you go, Yuki. I shared. "100% cutie." January 23rd for adventure mode. Yes.
Ooh.
All right, that means I got to learn this one. The little badgers that mined with fungus. That's right, they had fungus too. Honey badgers equal dwarves. Oh, like 100%. Foxes should be elves. Should they? Because like foxes are actually relatively short. I was thinking like deer, because deer are also like forest dwellers, and like they can be ferocious if they want to be.
They're aloof but ferocious. Deer are like Dwarf Fortress elves. You're gonna find out that these elves are a little bit different than most interpretations of
I'm going to
them.
cut down every tree in front of an elf if I can.
That's a mechanic.
I know. I learned that
Good.
from
I didn't know how much
Krug
you'd actually
Smash.
know or not.
I know some of the lore. I know that one specifically. I think it was from Krug Smash, was like something about, no, it was somebody else that was playing and was complaining that like the elves kept complaining, like getting mad at them for cutting down trees.
Yeah.
Your dwarves use gravity trains between realms, using Earth plane to connect between. So your Earth plane isn't like Midgard then. It's like a facsimile, but not the same. Model the characters in this game to be honey badgers. You know, you might be joking, but I honestly love that idea. Like, that's a great graphic. Honey badgers running across here. Oh, I'd love a mean-looking honey badger dwarf. I'm gonna just
because of
Go ahead.
the very modular and tokenized system that this game uses just to generate its creatures and everything, you can easily make your own civilizations and your own mods and animals and stuff like that.
Oh, we might have to hire NJ to make badger dwarves for this game. If you're a game for that.
You can't really modify the actual mechanics too much, but you can just add any creature, any like additional content like that you want. New civilizations, changing the ones. You can easily just change text files to make the civilizations behave differently if you'd like.
Seamus is evil confirmed. I am ornery as hell. That is confirmed. I think if you had any doubt before, there's something maybe like wrong about you. And it's not me. It's just you the whole time. Did you ever think of that?
Wow.
Stop making me horny!
I wish you could hear chat right now with the noises and stuff. I got to figure out how to do that because we have so many like weird sound redeems. You should be able to hear it because it's just as chaotic. You get like this clean audio version where you just hear me. Oh, by the way, I'm noticing we don't have any sound in the game. I think, is that like by design?
There's no fucking sound in this game.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Okay.
Did you hear the main menu music?
I didn't. So I know that there's
Okay.
nothing, but like,
Okay.
ow! They keep hitting me with stuff. I don't know. I'm afraid to look down at my feet and see all the blood. Yuki, you already follow Zeke. What are you doing?
Today is fine day in California.
You're NJ's realms are more their own thing than the same as Norse. Okay. I didn't know how many parallels there were. I like that, honestly. I like when people take like influence from mythology, but then alter it in their own way. And we've got our first dwarf name. Stupid. Okay, we'll find a real good one for that one. All right, let's skip the tutorial this time. Hit OK. If this is your first time playing, please heed the embark warnings about aquifers, salt water, and other hazards. Some locations
are mod just to get rid of fucking aquifers. Fuck that.
Got it. Well, maybe we'll look into mods next time. We'll be very some locations are challenging even for experienced players, and this will be a very short game indeed. If you don't know how to deal with them, after you embark, help is available right here on the left side of the screen, including all of the tutorials. Okay, so what am I looking for exactly? Oh God,
right click out of that. That's just like a zoom in thing for the embark.
So I
first
saw
of all, click.
they were about here earlier.
Yeah. Click choose origin for civilization first. This is kind of important because you can accidentally like. Oh wait, no, I read that wrong. Just start clicking through those and look at the population numbers, and also look at where in the map these are. These are mother civilizations to choose as like where you're coming from. This is the mountain home. You get to choose who is your actual mountain home.
Okay. And so what am I looking for? Larger numbers here?
Yeah, I'd recommend a population of at least like 1,500 to 20.
Okay.
And making sure that like the surrounding area is like free of obnoxious stuff to embark next, because that one right there, I think there's a necromancer tower like literally next to it, and you'll
Yeah.
have like zombies invading you.
Is that what this
So,
is right here? Can I click into it? No. Click
that
out of
is
this right
hard to
here.
tell. The brown stuff, yeah, that's
Okay. Land of
a
Blots.
dwarven, yeah, necromancer tower.
Okay.
Fuck, just trying to find a place with aquifers is going to be without aquifers is going to be hard because I just mod those out. But yeah, like maybe not that one considering they only have 4 sites and under 1,000 population. They're
Mhm.
probably at war or dying off for some reason.
This one has 19. So far, this one has the highest.
Yeah.
In translation, higher means that it's like, okay, so on one side, you're going to have more allies and more resources coming at you, or is it like, so also there's a trade-off in that, like, trying to make your place the mountain home is a little harder. Is that like kind of the idea?
Kind of, yeah. I think if you do that, fiscally it is harder to become the mountain home. Sometimes though, the king can just decide, "Wow, you're so cool. I just want to live here,"
Uh-huh.
and he'll move in like 3 years in. Like it can depend a lot. The biggest thing is a dying civilization will not have as much to trade with. It may be lacking incredibly important things like anvils. Um, and at a certain point, they could just like not send you caravans at all,
Oh,
and you're on your own. So it's not a great idea to start with a dying civilization.
okay.
The problem I see with this one specifically is there are no fucking trees around there. There's the mountains, and then there's just
They're all
those
the way down here.
plains. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with embarking away from mountains. You probably have less opportunities to mine for things. Um, but you can also just buy weapons and resources that you might need.
Okay,
So
so like
that one, okay, yeah, maybe not that one.
this one, because it's got trees and mountain.
Yeah, yeah. I would probably go with that one actually.
Brick.
The Violent Furnaces of Trusting.
Also a great name. Oh, hello, Case. Welcome on in. How are you doing, Celtic Ducket? Celtic. Hello. All right, we still got to
Okay,
name that dwarf stupid. So,
so after this, go ahead and click choose Origin Civilization again.
okay. Oh, I see. It's just like an on and off sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And look for either no or light aquifer. You can click and zoom in to find the exact embark location that you'd like.
Okay. So these are
one
like
of these-
other sites that are available, right? These like little castle things.
Yeah. The little stone looking guys are other dwarves. The bushes you see amidst the other trees are elven sites. The houses and castles and things you see along rivers are human sites, and the black pits and the weirder looking towers, the more pointier ones, are goblin sites.
Okay. That's actually a really cool. So this says human castle on it. So that's a human castle. And then this one is a tomb. Okay. First one I looked at is a tomb. Honestly, I like that as world building. Like, well, of course, you're going to see a civilization for elves in trees. You're going to see civilizations for dwarves in mountains and by rivers. That's actually really cool. Like, it makes sense, too.
And these are also the spawning requirements, too. When it's placing the civilizations, it has to do them in certain biomes that they like. Mountain homes will only spawn on, mountain tiles like that. They explicitly like to be on the boundary between an actual mountain and a hill. That's why you see a lot more of them kind of on the right side there. Humans love spawning on rivers, but will settle for plains and stuff like that. There's also different requirements between where they spawn initially and what places they will choose to expand to and develop later on. Humans will always spawn on rivers, but they can build other settlements elsewhere. This menu is also going to show you what resources are available. Fluxstone layer is incredibly important because you cannot make steel without fluxstones.
Oh.
It's five. It's I wouldn't say the five, but it's five of the real life ones like dolomite, marble, um, a few real life like flux materials. Clay, I I never mess with the clay industry. It's there. It's an alternative to wood for making vessels and stuff like that if you don't have a lot of it. Um, seeing iron, that's great. That's the biggest thing.
Okay.
Seeing iron or um yeah, because otherwise you're going to be using bronze for things for armor and weapons and stuff like that, and it's fine, but there's a night and day difference when it comes to its durability and protectivity and stuff like that.
So what I
There
gather,
is where there's durability, there's weather and everything like that. There's every mechanic is
Okay.
here. It's just it might not be obvious at first.
so the first thing I like landed on just picking a random spot had iron, fluxstone, and light aquifers. So like this area
Yeah.
here seems to be pretty decent. Little soil. What is little soil?
It means that there is not a lot. So soil is incredibly important because you need arable land to farm on. This is another mechanic. All your dwarves are alcoholic from birth,
Right.
and they need a source of alcohol at all times. They can survive on water, but they will eventually slow down so much that they become catatonic. You need to grow plump helmets, which is a fungus that you can turn into alcohol,
So
underground in layers that aren't quite stone yet. You'll see layers of like loam and silt and stuff under the first few levels. Where it says like little to lots of soil is how thick that initial layer is.
okay.
And there's a trade-off between arable land does not exist in mountains. So you might be better off like starting a little bit away from the mountains or like leaving just a little bit of mountain on the tile and then starting in like that forest or something like that.
Mhm.
I would just click anywhere and like zoom in for a slightly more detailed look because
Okay.
these all these tiles are like 4 tiles of the real world tiles.
No, I
Everything
gotcha.
will it'll make a lot more sense when you do that. So you got light aquifers everywhere. That's ugh. I
Heavy
pan up a
aquifers
little bit.
here.
Yeah.
How do
I
we-
pan up just a little bit.
WASD, got it.
Yeah.
What is this
Um,
here? Elven Fortress.
Yeah, these are just elven sites. Yeah, I just pan around there, look for something that's forested. It'll show you the surroundings. That is the savagery scale I was talking about. It goes from calm to wilderness to untamed wilds.
I'm just picking all over the place, and like
Yeah,
light
there's-
aquifers is this entire area except for a couple of them that are heavy aquifers.
Yeah.
Feel like I'm gonna have to deal with aquifers anyways.
Right. A light aquifer is a lot easier to deal with than a heavy one.
So do we want little soil? Some soil? What is like
Some
soil
soil
is
good.
Okay.
That is a rocky wasteland. It shows you the biome right underneath its name. I would
Okay.
not recommend starting there. I would pan back towards the left and look at some of those forests that are along the edges of the mountains.
Okay. So here, well, roughly right about here, there was a spot in here that had little
Untamed wilds. I wouldn't
There.
try that on your first save. It
Okay.
might not be anything, or it might be anthropomorphic bear people just beating you up and stealing your alcohol forever.
Okay, so I could zoom in by right clicking. No, that's out.
Well, you did that
recenter.
already. That's how you got to this
Okay.
menu.
So I can't zoom in
Um,
anymore.
No. So I would like pan around over there, and then when you click embark, you can actually place the fortress
Oh,
and
okay.
and like see how many tiles it's actually going to take up.
Oh.
And I would like try to get like maybe a quarter of
okay.
mountain and the rest the plains or the forest or something like that.
So something
um,
like here, maybe. That's got
Yeah,
little
yeah.
soil.
How is
Captain
it
Tom.
closer to the river, actually?
Like here?
Just explore. Yeah, just pan around and see what different things come up. Because there's going to be no soil in the actual mountains. You'll probably not want to have like more than half of your embark in the mountain itself. We'll go back up there actually, if you don't mind. We
This
have a
one?
light aquifer. We have deep soil. It is untamed wilds. That might not be bad.
What was that noise?
Except for the
Wolfie,
untamed
you
wilds
okay?
part.
Wolfie just had a big gasp. I think I think Wolfie had some, was really excited about the Untamed Wilds.
If you can find something around there that says wilderness or calm and keeps the soil and everything else, it's going to be a little
Conifer?
hard.
Conifer forest.
Ooh. Like I said, you don't have to choose a mountain either. It
Okay.
just means you'll have more iron. There'll be like ores of copper and bronze everywhere.
Shrublands, temperate, little soil, aquifer, light aquifer,
Yeah.
iron, flux-stone. Is this a pretty good location? It's got, like I'm hovering over what I think is like plains, but then it's got trees and then mountain, a little bit of river.
I personally go to the other side of that other river there where it had clay and more soil just to be safe.
I think it was like here.
There's some ideas, yeah.
Okay.
It's untamed wilds though. That's a little scary. There's some regular. Yeah, there we go. There's some regular wilderness. That's all mountain though. That's not gonna have a lot of trees.
Well, the trees are right here. So like
If
maybe
you want to try Untamed Wilds, I mean, it's your first fort. It's not that bad.
it's also probably going to be very quickly ended. Shallow clay, some soil, light aquifer, iron, flux-stone. And it's also got gold, silver, copper.
I would either set up right there or one tile over so you get some river too. Towards the right, yeah.
And that's where
And you get more trees that way. Too.
heavily forested. Yeah. Okay. I feel that's pretty good.
Yeah, if you want to try it.
Any other feedback right now? I think we just got to jump into it, huh?
Yeah. That's this part of the embarking.
All right. You have selected the area with little aquifers. Water might need to be pumped out or carried away. Okay.
You can also just like search for certain criteria too in the world. If you want to try doing it without an aquifer, because I never even play with them. I have them actually modded out of the game.
I think this is going to be okay. I do want to kind of learn how to just deal with them. I think that probably helps with learning fluid mechanics.
Yeah, sure. Fluid is a very interesting beast in this game.
Captain Tom, why do you want me to do a flip? Why not a barrel roll? Oh god, I'm missing chat. Okay, how long until you can name another dwarf? You can do it right now. I did set the timer initially at 5 minutes, then I was like, that's probably too aggressive. Then I was like, let's do 2.5. Then I was like, why am I doing a timer at all? In case you're doing okay. Well, that's good to hear. I'm about to cough, so I'm like, I'm sorry. I couldn't pull away from both microphones because yours is attached to the head. I'm talking to you through a different microphone than everybody else can hear.
Oh my gosh.
And I forgot that. I was like, okay, let me pull away from this. I was like, no, pull away from all of them. And then my head freaked out because I had too many inputs.
Okay.
Stop making me horny.
Seen in another Discord, shirts of Auntie Anne's pretzels says naturally naughty. Well, it better be shared in our Discord soon because that's awesome. Gwen is a new dwarf name. All right, Gwen's a good name.
Nice.
They were also apparently selling dog collars. Who was? Auntie Anne?
Oh yeah, I haven't seen posts about that.
God. But what does it mean that dwarf children drink alcohol too? It's fine. It works with their system. They're raised on it. It's fine. It's not unlike humans who get all like goofy with it. Dwarves function naturally on it, which is a very weird evolutionary thing. During the Middle Ages, they did too, something called near beer. I have some of that because I don't drink alcohol anymore. Near beer, I like it. I have one that's really sweet, and it's like it's very sweet without having that syrupy flavor of like a cola. It's safer to drink than water. Yeah, water was awful back in the day. That's how they made potable water, is alcohol. And later they figured out how to make sodas do the same thing because like sugar prevented like growth and stuff, the nasties. Something like that. But it was around like the early rise of the women's suffrage kind of like made that huge shift. Oh, hello, Squid Coder. But then
welcome on in.
What if you had Stone Sense showing too? What if you had Stone Sense showing? I don't know what that is. Because I like
Stone Sense was a third-party program for Dwarf Fortress that read certain inputs and played sound effects based on them because it's a very quiet game otherwise.
I've noticed. Stone Sense adds like little sound bites and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, everything from combat to just like notification sounds. And it's very customizable too.
I noticed that the alerts could be a little quiet. That's scary. Because I definitely don't
You're
pay
right.
attention.
I'm thinking Sound Sense, not Stone Sense. Stone Sense rendered 3D environments of your forest. Actually, you're right. I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah, I've seen
I had
that
a
too.
huge brain fart. Those are entire different things. Yeah, it's the isometric visualizer.
You're still recovering from a stressful few days. Fair enough, especially system wise. Gosh, Case, I get it.
It renders everything as like isometric Minecraft world. It's really cool.
I've seen it. Yeah, Blue Zest TV was playing with that a while ago. I think it was him. I want to say it was him. I don't know. It could be somebody else actually. For a while we were watching like Dwarf Fortress content because they couldn't get enough. Krug Smashers videos. We'd binged all of those and couldn't get more. So I was like looking for more Dwarf Fortress content. So like some of the lore and stuff had gotten picked up from all of that, but like none of the like mechanics and mods and stuff like that.
I see. Okay. I didn't want to expect, but I didn't want to patronize you either.
You're fine. Patronize me, baby.
Job's done.
No, it's not, Catus. Job's not done yet. I love the noises command because it seems like it just pulls the most relevant thing. Oh my god. Gosh, it's getting hot in here. By the way, hello, you're Squid, and you're maintaining contribution. You're a maintaining contributor to Stone Sense. Oh, that's really cool. Welcome on in. I think I've seen your work. I'm still new to Dwarf Fortress. I've more or less just been a lurker on Dwarf Fortress streams for years now. And you just hit affiliate this morning. Awesome.
Oh, hell yeah. Congratulations.
Let's see. I'm gonna open a tab and go check you out later. Hell yeah. Welcome on in. Sound Sense, Stone Sense. I would also get equally confused. PSA for Stone Sense users, browse local files for Dwarf Fortress DF hack. And if you are on an advanced beta, go to DF hack config folder. Sounds like some good advice there. It probably was Blue Zest TV. You popped in to set up Stone Sense. Oh, okay. I want to do this first, like little bit of a run vanilla, just so I get a sense of like what the developers intended, and then I want to get into mods because like I've heard a DF hack before. This Stone Sense really sounds fun, and Sound Sense is something I need. Is it the room or just you, Seamus? What? Noises? What? I forgot. Oh, Dallas Salad? I am not Dallas Salad.
Alice, salad. Boggle.
Oh, Boggle. Clouds? God. We've got a
Throw
lot of
more
the...
dots, more dots, more dots. Come on, more dots.
More dots, more dots. You pop in and potentially induct you into the Stone Sense. Well, you count me in. I am part of that cult now. I was going to look into a lot of that stuff. Oh, good. Ad breaks are coming up here soon. I do need to use the restroom, but I will wait till ads hit so nobody misses a thing. All right, let's play now. Start immediately with the default skills, equipment, and animals, or do we want to customize settings?
Well, you won't be able to change the name of your fort and do anything like that without clicking on prepare for the journey carefully. It is
Okay.
a bit of an involved thing, though.
Okay. Enemies, normal.
Yeah, I'd leave all that as normal.
Okay.
I don't know that actually does anything.
All right.
So you got skills to give to your people. Now, here's something to
Oh.
keep in mind. Some skills will level up naturally, and you don't need to worry about them. Like mining. It's very silly to actually have any miners embarking with if you're doing this, because that skill levels up so fast when you're just like digging through dirt and stuff like that. What you want to focus on are certain skills that not only are faster if the dwarf is, not only is the task performed faster if the dwarf is skilled, but there is a like yield bonus to it. And the main things for that are let's see, plant gathering, your herbalist. I would highly recommend starting with just like a max level herbalist that you can.
Okay.
Just in case you run out of food, you can run around and pick stuff up off the ground, and the yield will be so much better.
So am I to take it that these are blank slates right now? They have some
Yes.
like history in like naturally, but like they are ultimately
Yes.
blank slaves.
Yeah. If you really wanted to, you can even like pair the dwarves' personalities with certain labors, because they will have work bonuses with that.
Okay.
But there's a lot of fucking reading and planning involved if you want to go that route.
Fair enough. First I need to I've got 3 dwarves to name. We've got Sisyphus from Gem. We've got Gwen, named after your badger dwarf badger. Awesome. And Stupid. I love the range of names. Thank you for the follow. We do anonymous follows here, but if you want to tell us about your day, I'd love to hear about it. I forgot to say that with the raid earlier. Damn it. I knew I was forgetting something. Somebody is playing Diggy Diggy Hole, and I think it's the Wind Rose version. It is. Hell yeah. All right, so
I'm
go ahead.
I'm just gonna manage this a little bit. So click on
Please.
items for a second.
Okay, items.
Yeah. So you have the points that you use on dwarves can also be used on items too.
Oh,
I would suggest giving yourself a couple more picks, just to speed up this process.
Copper?
You can go with 7 if you really want, but I get a few more picks just to get this process going a little bit faster.
probably.
Get rid
I'll go
of
7.
all of the seed spawn except for plump helmets. You can
Plump
get
helmet
these at any
spawn,
point. Yeah.
Just
you
dimple
can,
cup. No.
Yeah. Rock nuts are cool. That is a food source, but you can easily get those later too. It's just plump helmet spawn that you'll definitely want a lot of.
Okay.
If you start trading with the elves or humans, you'll be getting resources that you wouldn't even have otherwise. And you can do above ground farming of like normal crops too.
Okay, so what do I do? Like 15?
Yeah, just plus adds more. Yeah.
Hi, Goldsman.
Hi, Goldsman. Welcome on in.
20? 22?
Sure. Yeah.
22 bucks?
I start with like obscene amounts myself.
Okay.
Scroll down for a second, please, too.
Here's what I want you to do. Can you just tell me what you would do and give me like a reason why you're making these decisions? I
sure.
think that'll help expedite this a little bit.
I'll even load up my game and like look through it.
Okay.
Look through my embark profile for you, because these embark profiles are savable too.
Okay. Ads are running right now. Oh, so while you're booting this up, I'm going to run to use the restroom and get a little bit of
Me too.
my leg wiggle. Don't forget to fuel up on your hydration of choice. But folks, we will be right back from these messages from Twitch's sponsors. Love you. I'll see you in a second. Thanks for hanging out with us. Whee! Hello, everybody. Welcome back from ads. I hope everything was good and you weren't getting like ads for AI and everything that's upset you or something like that. I hope ads were good. Never can tell these days. I am back and I am energized. Throw dwarves, more dwarves, more dwarves, stop dwarves. Oh, we added too many dwarves. You've been trying to name a dwarf? I don't know what's happening with it. It doesn't have any limits on it. It doesn't have any limits. I took all the limiters off of it. It's just based on points. Squid Coder, yeah, there's some pre-setup that would be good during ads. Dwarf Fortress needs to be in a capture window, not a game capture. I have it currently just capturing the entire monitor on my second PC, so it doesn't really. It just runs as a game. The game PC doesn't even know what's happening. It's just outputting to 2 HDMIs. Which I don't really even need to do, but I'd have to kill my main monitor and like have it pipe through HDMI instead. 2 PC setups are weird, and if you're not good at logistics, I don't recommend them. But that's actually good to know, to do it through a window capture. If I ever, because I was worried about like having to run it on Linux, but it seems to be doing fairly okay, except for that one crash. I'm eager to see what happens if I hit the labors tab in again and see if that crashes it.
Yeah.
Because I had a backup of just running it through a Windows machine, but now I know to run it through a window capture. Is that what you run it through when you're streaming it?
I think I actually use a game capture. I haven't had any problems with it myself.
Am I a werebeast at the fort? I am a werewolf in the tavern. I serve drinks. I'm friendly. That is quite the name there, Catus. Oh god, there's a scan coming. Oh no, don't do it. I could
I'm just
only
loading up the game so I can look at my Embark profile.
Gotcha. Oh, you had to prep for work. Okay, fair enough. Be interested in checking them out later. Tori here. Sisyphus is not only the name of a Greek mythological figure, it is also the name of your cyborg werewolf. Hello.
Hell yeah.
Oh, you made years ago in Second Life. Let's go. Second Life was one of those games I was always fascinated with, but never played. Somebody's playing Whip. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Good. I like.
Good.
We reference that often because work in progress, like whip. Like where there's a whip, there's a way.
Hell yeah. I have my thing up now.
Okay. And you're looking at your embark.
Yeah, so go back to dwarves. Let's do them real quick.
Okay.
So this is what I have. This is what I just go with for I've been going with for years now. 2 farmers, because that is a speed and yield thing. A woodcutter who is also my let's see, let me look through my own labors here. Who is also my herbalist.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Do I click the labors tab or am I on crucial?
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll be in different ones. Crucial is like crucial skills, and these are just like other labors. Again, this is not the end of the world. They will skill these things up by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely an herbalist.
Okay.
And I also like having someone who is like my dedicated trader. The other tab has skills that are not like labor related. Judge of intent, appraiser are incredibly important for trading. They also help with like just managing the fort, and like whoever has like the highest social skills will be designated the expedition leader.
Okay.
And the way I have it set up is my trader usually becomes that person because he's got these skills anyway, and he kind of just sits aside as like the clerical dude.
Okay.
Everything else is not that important. I have a stone worker, a wood crafter, and a carpenter as well. But basically the things that you want the most are herbalist, woodcutter, and planter off the bat. Actually, is planter and farmer the same thing?
I saw them under. Okay, so I'm looking at the crucial and labor and like these are. I'm a little bit confused on how these work. So I see woodcutter here under crucial, and then labor. There was like, okay, it didn't have anything like a woodcutter. So what defines a labor versus a crucial?
These are all labors. A
Okay.
labor is just like any field of task that the dwarf can be tasked on.
Okay.
Crucial is just kept separate because these are things that will keep your fort alive early on. You won't need a waxworker or a thresher as much as you'll need a fisherman or a butcher or something like
Right.
that.
Okay.
However, some things that I view as important, like herbalist, are under labor too. Yeah, herbalist is kind of like in the middle.
So-
I'm tabbing back and forth real fast to both of our screens to look at this.
All right, because you need the second monitor. Let's get you that.
I really need to get that. Yeah.
So first, let me just kind of like, I just
Sure.
pick a dwarf and I just say, okay, you're going to be the woodcutter or herbalist. That's
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, you can view their preferences and assign labors based on their personalities and personal skills, because their bodies and what they're good at doing as individuals differs. Like I said, that takes a lot of like planning and shit like that, and it's not the end of the world if you just randomly assign those.
Okay. Just
For example, if a dwarf says in their profile they have good kinesthetic sense, that means they'll be good at combat. They'll be good at like larger constructions and stuff like that. They might not just be as good at there might be a trade-off too, because like they might have good kinesthetic sense, but they're clumsy, or they might not have fine motor skills or stuff like that, and they'll just be little tidbits that change like how well they do at certain tasks, and also if they enjoy those tasks too. If you have a dwarf that's like, oh, they like to work with their hands, make them like your crafters and stuff like that.
okay.
Don't make the dwarf that says they hate being outside and working in the rain, and then they hate all this tangled greenery, your lumberjack or something like that, because they'll be pissed constantly. Like, there's some things like that you can keep in mind, but in general, it's not that important to hyper manage at
Okay.
least early on. So to answer your question, yeah, you can just click a dwarf and start assigning them.
We'll and that's over the overview tab then, right? Because this one's got poor memory, low willpower.
Oh yeah.
Value sacrifice. Okay, so we're gonna put you. What's a good job for you? Trolley driver.
There you go.
Poor kinematics. So this guy is kinesthetic. He's not going to be a good fighter, although he is agile.
I can't remember exactly like what all they affect.
Okay.
Tough should be like combat dwarves and anything that involves carrying heavy things. If a dwarf is too weak, they might not be able to use two-handed weapons.
This person is strong, patient, good intuition, and good focus. Bilbo Baggins. What is this song? That is.
I have one that says, poor analytical ability, recovers slowly, bad with words. I would make him like a farmer and not like a people dwarf, a noble, or like someone involved in people management.
Okay.
Or combat. Like I would let them just have like a soft menial job.
This person disdains tranquility, so probably not the herbalist.
They'll be in fights more often, is what that affects.
Disdains knowledge. Disdains knowledge. Gosh, I think I went to school with you. Values sacrifice. Okay. Disdains peace. What's the difference between peace and tranquility? Should we just always be at war? Disdains stoicism. I'm sorry, we probably wouldn't get along. Values peace. Values peace, hates stoicism.
Like maybe Tobal, I would make your lumberjack or something like that, you know.
All right. Good focus.
Strong, good focus, good intuition. Won't get himself hurt. Herself hurt.
Gil Lupin? Is that how you would say that? Lupin? Welcome on in. Tranquility, if you remember correctly, it means low-level mental stability.
Oh, so they can't handle stressing or like traumatic things as well as others then.
Oh.
Because like a dwarf might see a dead goblin and go, eh. Or they might see a dead goblin and have a existential crisis so bad that they just kill themselves. Like there are wide ranges of personalities and yeah, it won't cause a tantrum spiral. That's a mechanic that you'll be engaging with later. So basically, tranquility means how well they'll engage with other dwarves.
All right. So disdains tranquility is don't have them have peace of mind.
Yeah, they're actually sensitive.
They're just that guy from My Hero Academia who thrives on stress. Stress makes him more powerful.
There are a few mechanics later on, like the tantrum spiral, like I said. There are civil wars that can happen in your fort. There can be grudges. There can be all kinds of stuff that the personal, like social traits of the dwarves affect. Some people will be prone to becoming berserk. Some people will be naturally prone to becoming catatonic if they're under too much stress. There's different kinds of crazy in this game.
Oh, yay!
That can happen to dwarves.
I wonder if they have my brand of crazy.
I've seen poly dwarves. I have not seen plural dwarves or anything like us. I've not seen neurodivergent dwarves. But there are poly dwarves at least.
Hell yeah. The whole fort should be. The second name you bought is the name of something infectious? Oh, okay. Yeah, Treponemal Palladium. Well, I hope they don't get disinfected. Don't forget one fighter with teach skill. Oh, right, because they need to teach fighting.
Yeah, teaching's not teaching is a skill you can actually give dwarves, but if they have a good ability in it in general, then it's not a big deal. Like I said, in general, a good lumberjack, some planters, and a herbalist. And if you want to spend more skills on or more points on actual skills instead of items, I would also get maybe like a carpenter or something, so you can have high quality furniture right off the bat, and dwarves will be inherently happier and inherently less stressed by things.
Okay.
You can kind of snowball the happiness in either direction, depending on the quality of stuff and what you prioritize.
Now, you said I should probably have a proficient herbalist at first. What you said something should be proficient. Okay, it was herbalist.
Yeah, herbalist.
And
they can only go so far on this menu. You can't have like a grandmaster herbalist and spend all your points on certain things.
Yeah, I saw it stopped at proficient. So should I just stick with proficient woodcutter, proficient herbalist, or should I add one more skill in here to diversify these?
I would try to like just have one dwarf that's really good at certain things.
Okay.
Because like I said, a lot of the general menial shit, especially mining, will just level up naturally. There are just certain things that give you a higher yield for having a higher skill. It's not just faster, it's like way more efficient. And food and plants are one of those things, which is why I prioritize that.
Quite a few of them disdain peace.
Yeah, butcher is good too. I don't do a lot with animals because they used to lag the game a ton, and my strategy has just not involved livestock that much. But a butcher is good too.
Oh, so the guy who was disdain tranquility is making him that person a like a body hauler. Got it.
Yeah.
When a dwarf suddenly engraves themselves doing stuff in another dwarf's room, you would see they are near. You would say they're neurodivergent. God, the stories I've heard about this game, they are all neurodivergent.
Have you heard the story of the evil engraver?
No.
So this one dwarf had just a hate boner for this other dwarf.
Good.
And he got tasked to engrave the walls because you can smooth the stone walls and then you can engrave them afterwards. Smoothing is also important because it will stop aquifers from happening. We'll get to that in a bit. But anyway, this guy gets to this other guy's room that he has a hate boner for, and he decides to. I think the other dwarf hated snails. If you looked at his personality, if you look at any dwarf's personality, they have like one thing they fucking hate, whether it's like a vermin or a material or something like that. Usually it's just like a certain kind of creepy crawly. And he proceeds to engrave hyper-realistic snails on every square inch of this guy's room. So it's all he can see every time he goes there. It's all he can think about. I think the other dwarf actually just like went berserk at that moment, or just like defenestrated himself and died. But like, there's interaction that you might not even be cognizant of until you start looking into these things. But dwarves can have grudges. Dwarves can do a lot of silly things.
That's amazing. Sorry, I just took a bite. I was taking the opportunity to grab a bite to eat.
No
Now
worries.
I've got a mouthful of granola. uh, a library is good to set up early as you can get lots of skills real quick.
There
Okay.
are things like libraries and guild halls and things that you can designate where people will go in their free time to talk about other skills and learn from each other and develop their abilities.
So
There'll even be like group training sessions. If you have like a metalsmith's guild, you know, your metalsmith might start teaching people who are interested passive skills like that.
Mhm. So what's a good job for somebody who does like poor kinematic, like kinesthetics? I keep saying kinematic, like because 3D animation and stuff, but yeah, that.
Agile, resists sickness, poor kinesthetic sense. Maybe not combat, but otherwise a manual labor job. I would say I think tree felling involves kinesthetic sense too. So maybe wait, you've already got a woodcutter, that's right. So maybe this would be a good farmer or brewer. Brewing is something that levels up pretty naturally too, especially since I like make everyone do it as it's necessary. Um, but as mentioned, a explicit brewer might be good too. This person might actually be one of your best candidates for a trader too, unless you have better people skills.
Nobody seemed to have people skills, high good memory,
Yeah.
weak recovers quickly, disdains peace, unswayed by emotions.
Hateful. Definitely not a good choice for
Fair.
your consoler. Emotionally distant and austere, hell no. Ooh! Wait, no, that's that guy again, never mind. That's just like your best dwarf in general,
I
like
saw all the good stuff. It's all good stuff except for bashful, and that's not even that bad. Poor memory.
Patient is good. Yeah, maybe this person or Erdem as your trader. Give them skills, give them some points in appraiser and judge of intent, because that'll work for both trading and just like managing and talking to your dwarves.
Okay, I'll give this person.
That would be under other, actually. Non-labor related people skills and stuff like that, and also medical stuff is under other.
Oh, somebody had said in here that it should be a good idea to have a medical person. The dude said that.
Yeah. Usually a doctor will come in if you. So if all things go as planned, your migrant waves will reflect what you need. And I've always just gotten a good doctor to by like the first year and a half. If you want to put some skills into that, just in case, it might not be a bad dwarf to do that too.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me.
So appraiser was one of the skills. What was the other one for a trader?
Judge of intent.
Judge of intent. Right above it.
Mhm.
Cool. So we got our trader here. I think we should start naming them.
You'll see that they also start like changing their colors and titles, so you can keep track of things better there.
All right. So we've got a trader, we've got a herbalist, woodcutter. What's something else we should have?
Farmers and brewers, and they can be the same. Like you can have. What I do is actually have two farmers and they're proficient planters, and also one is a proficient cook, and I think my other one is a proficient herbalist. Yeah. So I have two max farmers, and one of them is also my herbalist, and another different one is a cook. You can pass those around however you want, because you've kind of got something different going on with your
woodcutter.
lumberjack.
Woodcutter.
Yeah. It's just as long as you have those, and I try to kind of just keep skills grouped based on where they're going to be too.
So you were finishing.
Your farmers are probably going to be underground a lot, so like making them drop everything they're doing to go cut wood to, like keep in mind time and distance as a resource too. Is all I'm saying.
Can your one be the body hauler? If you, yeah, sure. What was the guy? Was disdained tranquility. This guy right here.
Yeah, everybody is
he's
a body hauler by default. You can change that later. Everyone hauls everything by default.
I like that he's depression prone, but also disdains tranquility.
Yeah, like, this guy might be the first person to actually just go insane.
Are you sure you want that, Tori? Disdains peace. Peace was like external, right? And tranquility was internal, is what I gathered.
Mm-hmm.
So this person is frail. Is frail like a bad thing for body haulers? I would assume so, but mechanically here.
I think the difference between weak and frail is their ability to haul versus like how easily they get hurt.
Okay. So a body hauler that breaks, that's fine. So also, it doesn't seem like there's a whole bunch of skills that a person needs to be a body hauler.
No, it's hauling is basically just like strength based, and that's it.
He's frail, but he's a competent dancer. Dance forms. He knows all kinds of music and dance forms. Well, good. We've got our bard.
Yeah, I mean, you can literally have him as the tavern keep if you want, and he'll use his skills.
So would a tavern keep also be good for like brewing?
That will be those people skills will come later. If you don't have your trader as the tavern keep, you will have someone by the time you're ready to have a tavern who is good at all these things.
Okay.
You will have a lot of visitors and a lot of like different kind of like I don't know how to describe it. Creatives. They'll have a lot of creatives coming along. And some of them may want to take up residency. So you can always like hire or adopt other people into your fort too.
Which one was yours again, Jim? It was Sisyphus. Sisyphus here, the frail dancer. Isn't that kind of appropriate? Oh, come on. Keyboard. Keyboard input? Hello? Do I not have keyboard? Yeah, I have a keyboard. It's functioning, but like it won't let me type in there. What do I have to do? Do I have to
It usually just lets me
type?
rename them. You can always do this in game too if this doesn't
Okay.
work.
Good. I'll try to remember that. Ubel is going to be Sisyphus. All right. So what? Oh, look at you coming in here. Hello. Follows are anonymous, but if you'd love to say hello, I'd love to hear about your day. Especially you sweet bean. Hello, welcome on in. Why weren't you following? Well, welcome back if you were before. And Twitch did its funny thing. Welcome on in. How you doing, Bran? We're playing a bit of Dwarf Fortress today. Well, mostly talking about it, but it is like in a positive learning experience sort of way. Welcome on in. If you guys don't follow Bran, you should. Bran's kind of a variety streamer. Fun beast.
Sweetheart.
Most of the time a fox, other times other adorable creatures of the forest.
I'd also like to point out that Ubel's last thought at some point was, how can someone be so consumed by hate? Same. I'm always asking myself this.
Must have been talking to this guy right here, the hateful one.
This guy might I would personally like make him a farmer / brewer. Just make him like a proficient farmer and brewer.
Okay. Oh, I keep clicking the wrong thing. This guy is here.
Just whoever you haven't, whoever you need, that's got like questionable
Planter.
skills. Yeah, planter. Sorry.
And brewer right next to it.
Mhm.
Okay, so we got at least one farmer and one brewer.
Yeah. I also like having a cook. You don't need a cook, really. It's good for, like... What I like to do is sell my high-quality food.
Okay.
But,
you were talking a bit about this as like a pay scheme sort of thing.
Yeah. It's honestly one of the better ways to do it early on. Like I said, it's not absolutely necessary, but a cook who may be also a butcher, or a cook who's also a farmer.
Okay.
I would personally give at least cooking and farming and brewing to another or two more dwarves. Just pass those skills around.
Okay.
And then a few into butchery if you really want to, but
well, this frail person here, this probably is a good cook and butcher.
He's wasteful though. He might
oh, yeah.
Yeah. See, yeah, it's the little things. He might not be the best for that.
Avoids excitement, values peace, disdains stoicism, high stamina, good memory. Seems decent
he's not
enough.
a bad, just like general laborer. Yeah, he'd be good for a few of those things.
Farmer was planter. So we have one brewer. You probably don't need too many brewers, though, right? But
nah. I'd rather have 2 farmers than 2 brewers, honestly.
So
because that takes a lot longer. The farming process takes just way longer, and you just kind of need to have a big farm plot and people to work it.
What if I made this guy the farmer herbalist, and then take the lumberjack who was like strong and do something else with them?
Sure.
So what else would they do other than herbalist?
The biggest benefit to having a herbalist who is also a lumberjack is that cave adaptation thing that Gil mentioned. If
Mm.
dwarves spend too much time inside, they get cave adaptation, and when they go back outside, they start vomiting profusely and get bad thoughts. So having a guy who's just the go outside and fuck around guy might
Mhm.
also not be a bad idea.
Okay. What other outdoor things are there other than woodcutting, herbalist, and farmer is inside because of the plump
Yeah,
caps.
yeah, you'll be dealing with those for way longer than anything else. Um, the wasteful guy could be a good military candidate,
Although the wasteful, frail, poor focus.
but he is also frail too.
Yeah,
Like I said, that's not the same as weak. He'll just get hurt more often.
right.
Yeah,
I just can't imagine that's a good thing to have.
yeah. Honestly, Ubel can, besides the other stuff, just be a general hauler.
Are there any
Um,
skills that I'd put in that?
no, hauling is just like a thing everyone does.
Okay.
I don't think you can even like level up hauling or anything like that. It's just based on strength. Um, the carvers and the crafters are good for making trade goods, which is the other main way of making money early on without
Okay.
cooking and stuff like that. One way or another, you will need to create trade goods to trade with. And the important thing is a good first early trading session, your first uh, autumn with the mountain home, will bring you so much better stuff in the future. So it's kind of good to just have something that you can sell real quick off, like just immediately.
Okay.
Um, I like um actually using wood because it's a lot easier to have like wooden crafts immediately.
Okay.
Um,
So I can make this a
but
guy a wood carver,
yeah, you can just
although hates tranquility. Does that seem okay? Like just him a wood carver? He's
yeah,
got half
yeah.
half another skill. Albrecht,
Um,
welcome on in. How are you doing? I'm doing all
oh,
right.
hello.
We're learning Dwarf Fortress. I'm doing my best too. Zeke here is being absolutely patient with me. I
um,
feel like I'm falling behind on chat a little bit. So if you give me a second to make sure I'm
sure.
catching up. Oh, butcher. We need a butcher. So this guy would probably be a good butcher too, then, right? Because he's kind of the indoorsy, like doesn't want tranquility, poor
Yeah,
focus, frail. He's not a very good at much.
yeah.
So where is that labor? I'm a little bit lost at where the designation between one as the
Right.
other is. Butcher. Oh, butcher. Right here.
Yeah,
Okay, so that guy's skilled up. You could
yeah.
put him as the butcher
And you're out of skill picks now
for him. Oh, altogether?
for everyone. Yeah.
Oh, so
Oh,
I
wait a minute.
should
No, hang on.
5 points left here for
I
this
just said
guy.
0.
No,
Oh, okay. I thought that drew from a pool too.
this number hasn't changed. Oh no, it did. This number changed.
I
I th-
thought, yeah.
Let's see. I'm gonna give
It
this
should
guy
be
just
drawing from like a bigger pool too.
no. This number here on the items hasn't changed,
Oh, okay. Never
and I
mind then.
just maxed out this one guy on
Okay,
just
yeah.
weaponsmithing.
Spend all your skill points then.
All right. Butcher is a good one. I think I made this guy the butcher. He's a butcher and a wood carver. He's just like knives.
It's just like
I'm gonna name
knives.
this one Siobhan.
um,
A dwarf with a brewing skill need that beer for sure. I think who did I
yeah.
make the brewer? It was
One of the farmers.
yeah. Does that even make sense to make one of the farmers a brewer?
Yeah, because they'll be right next to each other. Honestly, I put my stills near the plump helmets so they don't have to walk as far.
All right.
Um,
Oh yeah.
and
Planter
they'll be
brewer.
underground.
So we've
yeah.
got a brewer here. Our brewer is named Rythe. That's a
Mhm.
terrible name. I'm sorry, dwarf. Very judgmental. Dishma
I would.
Abuvumam. Dishmam. So I'm gonna call him Dish Mom.
So you have 2 farmers too. Did you give cooking to anyone by chance?
No, not yet.
I would
So
highly recommend a
let's find a
little bit in
cook.
cooking.
Emotionally distant, austere, low willpower, poor memory, proud, and values sacrifice. The values sacrifice, I'm not sure what is. Is that our
I actually
priest?
don't know either. I'm gonna
Um,
start Googling this shit.
poor kinesthetic, agile, resist sickness. This feels kind of like a single-minded, values introspection. Alone time, is that? Like,
Introspection just means like listening to yourself.
right. So I'm just like, how does that translate?
I think that they might be more cognizant of how they affect others, and therefore that may be like a social skill thing.
Values sacrifice is good for military, to be honest. Well, the low willpower makes me think otherwise, but, you know,
I
emotionally
didn't know that's
distant,
actually what that did. Sorry.
proud, poor memory. Feels kind of military-esque. We could make lore here, military. Do you see anything wrong with that? Or do we need a military guy to begin with? Somebody to fight.
I never start out with a military just because it does take away skills from other things, but you
Sure.
did embark in a savage biome.
Fair. So let's give this guy some points in punching it out. Oh God. Fighter, I'd imagine, yeah.
Yeah, fighter. Fighter is just like general combat ability and also unarmed. Kicking, biting, striking, and wrestling are also like non-weapon skills.
Okay. Yeah, striker.
What
Good.
personally, I find the best weapons and the best combat things to have are hammer dwarves and spear dwarves.
Oh, weird.
Hammers are really effective against sapient
Hello,
enemies.
Raiders. Give me a
Oh
second.
my gosh.
Hello, Raiders. Hi, Pythos and friends. Welcome on in. What do you mean the snacks are gone? They're not gone. Welcome on into the Silly Coyote. We have extra snacks for you guys. What would you have? Welcome on in. How was art? Oh, you were doing more of your art. Did you figure out what weapon a Naga would fight with? We settled on bows before you left last time. But anyways, welcome on in, Raiders. If you don't know me, I am Seamus of the Coyote, a plural system of artists, animators, storytellers, world builders. God, we do all sorts of nonsense around here. If you like creative endeavors and world building, this is the place for you. Welcome on into the Silly Coyote. I'm your barkeep today. What can I get you? So how was the art? How did you finish stuff? Oh man, and if you need a raid and fade, I get it. I just appreciate the raid. I'll try to take care of your friends. Oh, let's see. You were in the middle of a thought though, and I had to interrupt you, and I apologize.
That's okay. I was just explaining the weapons a little bit. The combat. Basically, hammers are like one of the best things to use for fleshy people targets. Pain is a whole mechanic, and enemies can succumb to pain. And when you pulp their bones, they tend to kind of collapse and stop fighting a lot faster than they would if you were just like poking them to death.
Blunt objects liquefy bones.
Yes.
Okay.
Moreover, material. It's not like Minecraft where a diamond anything is better than an iron anything. Materials have different properties, and you will be differentiating things that are sharp versus things that are dense. So for example, a lead or a silver warhammer is infinitely better at what it does than a like a steel warhammer would be, and
Right.
conversely, you wouldn't want to use a buttery material like gold or silver or something like that on a sword that you want to have hold an edge. So like using blunt weapons like maces and hammers opens up a whole different like way of engaging with combat.
Okay.
My personal favorite weapon to have is actually the spear because they have longer range. It does actually calculate that. And more importantly, when you're fighting mega beasts, when you're fighting the big targets that'll come, anything from the procedurally generated ones to the uh, trolls and not trolls, giants and shit like that. You want to be able to reach them, and you want to be able to reach their internal organs, which is is something else this game like knows about. It knows
Right.
where the
Hemorrhage.
organs are of every single like body plan, and
Yeah, you
I
want to
like
get
having
those.
spears because you can deal with more things with them.
All right.
Um,
So should I make this guy a what was this person again? They low willpower, poor memory, proud, value sacrifice, emotionally distant, austere, and proud. Spearman. I like
yeah,
the idea of
emotionally
spearman.
distant and value sacrifice together, I think, makes this a really good combat guy. Also, you'll have access to spears and stuff like that. It's a cheap weapon to have. You can probably pick them up from dead things, honestly.
Can you have a shield alongside of a spear so you can
Yes.
okay. So to make them a shield user, probably not early on, right? Because you can still train this stuff. It's just what do you deal with early on?
Um, Immediately your biggest threat is going to be like apex predator animals and things like that.
Take care,
You'll
Monty.
take care, Monty. You'll be dealing with animals and mega beasts well before you'll be dealing with like actual enemy armies and stuff like that.
Okay.
So like and another thing too is like if you give someone something, they will just start to learn that thing too. So you can always just give them the spear at first, and then start making shields and give them to everyone so they can start training with it. If they
Okay.
have any sort of teaching ability or value that in a certain way, they will start putting on like fighting demonstrations and
Ah.
weapon demonstrations to teach things like this faster.
Gil points out that
Um,
it is for only dwarves big enough to wield both for a
that's
shield and
true.
spear.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
I thought that was just based on a strength value, but it could be like a size thing too.
Okay. So, I get it. Like, oh, I might give him just like a point in this. What is I'm trying to figure out the kick, strike, bite. Those make sense. Dodger makes
Mhm.
sense. How does fighter calculate?
I think I need to look this up before I give you the wrong information, but fighter is either it's a combat skill. Okay, here we go. Increases with each melee attack from or to a target, no matter what kind of weapon is used, and can increase rather quickly.
Okay.
It influences weapon accuracy, though to a lesser extent than particular weapon skills. Okay, so it's not necessarily attack damage or anything like that. It's just how competent they are as a fighter.
Right.
Um,
Like a weird analogy of like using the weapons masters of like D&D, like kind of the idea where you
Mhm.
have just like you could pick up a weapon and make it deadly.
Right. Yeah.
But like being proficient in that weapon makes it a better overall thing. Also, hi, Mulch. Welcome on in. You snuck in there. We're playing Dwarf Fortress today. We're learning it, rather. How you doing? Welcome on in. I'm trying.
Observer is really cool because not only does it make them more able to anticipate being caught off guard, being like ambushed, anticipating weird moves from enemies, it also makes them better at learning.
Interesting. So observer, probably at least adequate observer. I don't know. I'm just trying to like not over skill them in
Yeah.
one thing just yet, because
Yeah.
the combat system is this is our only fighter. We want a little bit of
Yeah.
Would this make sense to make him a teacher as well? Just give him a point or two in teaching? Was that
I would. I mean,
How?
it helps to have someone who is good at that. But
How?
also, these things do just level themselves up over time.
How?
Also, yeah, Observer is also very good for Librarian and some other things that involve
Okay. So
observing.
this person is adequate spearman or spear dwarf, proficient fighter, because I figured like the combat guy should be just generally rounded.
Yeah.
Adequate observer, so like 2 points in that, and then 1 point in teacher.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. So we got that person figured out. They're still a peasant. Let's call him a peasant puncher. Puncher? Can I not type for some reason? I'm not sure why it's not letting me. Maybe I have to start the game and then I don't know. Okay, so we know we got one person left. They have values introspection, single-minded, resist sickness, poor kinesthetic, disdains romance, and agile. We're gonna make this one the ninja librarian. Your system's a bit gremlin-y right now. I don't know how it's not that way. Mine's always that way. Let's catch up with chat. We've got a lot of good feedback, and I clicked away, so now I lost my spot. Yay. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't actually say hi to you, photographer Pat. Macaroon Raccoon, how you doing? Macaroon, you've watched enough Blue Zest. You should probably be proficient at this game. Or you're like me and never pay attention to anything. ADHD is a strong one. Aw, Pythos shared some art in the Discord. The Discord, rather. Do I still have this? No, I have.
Find what Yuki posted. Am I silly? I know I'm silly, but
Yes. Also, I don't know. Quit enabling streamer mode on your own. I hate that. Stop that. Here, I'm gonna invite people to the general channel. I think that. Ow! You hit me right in the ear with that pie. Goobers. All right, going back to it. If anybody's interested in the Discord, we have the Discord link right there. Feel free to join. We've got dad jokes, art channels, and eventually we'll get back to doing art critiques on there. You guys are so pregnant. You're so pregnant. Look at you.
Is this where all the pregnancy has been?
Mm-hmm.
We have been fucking dry
Woo!
over in like the loops chat.
You have just given birth, Catus. No, you've just given birth. You can't go from 102 to 1% without having that just be the explanation is you've just given birth. You've just given birth. Congratulations. Oh, now you're pregnant again. Man, you just had
Congratulations, Shinji.
you just went right back around. Congrats. All of you guys. Yeah, you're all hella pregnant. have you came up with the name yet? Sounds like a rabbit, right? Running around like rabbits here. Oh, I lost the track of what I was saying again. Butcher and Fisherman is a good combo. Dish Mom. Gosh, I'm so far behind. Holy crap. I'm sorry, guys. I know you got some valuable information in here. Sunshine is the best booze in the game. Yeah, military wasteful guy into the military skills. Oh, yeah, that's right. We had a wasteful person. That was this person up here. Butcher. Oh, is the butcher a good person for wasteful?
Let me Google and make sure that does what I think it does.
Because I did this person, the butcher and woodcrafter.
Because I'm pretty sure that means they might use extra personality trait?
Oh, your Canadian bilingual keyboard has some issues regarding this. I just have a regular English keyboard. American QWERTY. Heckin'. I miss so much. Holy crap. So my thing scrolls up and down on me when I'm not looking. We have a lot of dwarves who hate peace. Start a war with us. Get a lot of wacky shit. That sounds amazing. You guys are so pregnant, and holy crap, that is a really loud redeem right now. It wouldn't be so bad if it was multiple of the am I pregnant and am I pregante, but I need to still cut those.
The wiki says, by the way, that there's ostensibly no penalty for wastefulness.
Oh, okay. Good.
There is a thing here.
Go ahead.
I'll link it to you. That just explains all of this a lot better. And also, here is a really good page on some actual like skill science and weapon skill science too.
Okay.
The Dwarf Fortress wiki is fucking amazing. It's existed as long as the original game has. It's not a fandom thing. It is a homegrown, lovingly and mimetically crafted treasure trove of not only information but like fun stories and anecdotes about this game.
Okay. That sounds awesome. I'll have to take a look at that after. Gil, I like your response to all the pregnancy redeems. Just like, also, the gestation period are pretty different for different races. That's awesome. Thank you for that. I don't know if you intended that at all, but that is hilariously well placed.
How is dwarf form? How is Babby made? Can dwarf get pregante?
Siobhan was joking about, like, you know how everybody has like stream babies, right? You subscribe to somebody for 9 months and you're like, oh yeah, what do we name the stream baby? That's like the joke. Well, she's like, oh well, you know, since I'm a coyote, the gestation period is like every 2 months or something. But it only happens twice a year. They either happen like what is it, springtime and fall. There's the two pregnancies.
Fun fact. If I recall all this information correctly, kangaroos have 3 wombs, and they can only keep one. They can only like develop one joey at a time. But they can keep eggs in suspended animation in the other wombs and like try again if something happens to the first joey. God. I don't know exactly how it works, but
like that does kind of make sense because you wouldn't want to have 3 pregnancies, separate pregnancies all at once. Like it would do good for the species, but like for the person, like that kangaroo would just be all of their bones and everything drained of natural like nutrition. Tori, you wishes to be the woodcrafter. I think that was woodcutter. Yeah, right. Tobal is the one we're going to name you. I'm having trouble naming in this screen. Oh, that's right. We didn't finish this person. We got 1.5 people left to do. But we're going to run into ads, so I'm going to try to speed run, and everybody knows how that works.
I also have a stone fucker who's just a proficient stone carver and engraver. This is for basically not only making stone furniture and stuff, but also for just decorating the fort later. Because engraving is something that's really, you want your best people to do it because the things that you make are permanent when you start engraving the walls. You just want your best guy to do that, and it's something that I like to have later on because it adds a lot of happiness and value to the fort. So you don't need one, but I looking through this, I just realized I have someone who's just a proficient stone carver and engraver. He can be anything you want. You can give him more. I would honestly maybe like find something craft related for your remaining dwarf,
Okay.
or just something that, or maybe like another cook, like another proficient cook, so you can start making lavish meals and sell those. Like
Okay.
you're really good as you are, and this whole system is for like fine-tuning your start and fine-tuning your play style and stuff like that. You can get by with the default start on most anything that isn't like a fucking glacier or a haunted biome.
All right.
Um,
So I take it I should probably have something like, oh, we've got a wood carver, and a cook. Should we have a
Yeah.
stone carver and a cook? What other skills am I missing? We've got a woodcutter, herbalist, 2 farmers, a butcher, a brewer. What the hell was this guy?
Gil
And we've
brings
got a
up a really
military.
good point. I would actually have a fisherman.
Okay.
An extra source of food is good. We did embark by a river, so we will have some sort of water at least.
Okay.
Um,
This guy.
and the
That's a-
shells that are produced by fishermen are themselves usable for trade goods, and sometimes there might be a fey mood that requires having shells, and you might not have them any other way. So yeah, a fisherman actually would be a excellent final thing to have.
I think it was Gil that brought it up earlier that a fisherman and a butcher is a good combo. So I'm making Ubel, who was the frail one, fisherman too. Even though
Yeah,
they
yeah.
they disdain tranquility,
Right.
I don't know what else to do for him. You can't be
Yeah,
frail and
it's
into the
not the
military.
end
Get
of
out
the
of
world.
here.
This is for min-maxing, not like life or death stuff.
Okay. I wasn't sure how critical the combos are in this. Woodcrafter. What is the fisherman skill? Is it under other?
It might be under crucial if it's not under labor.
What did it be? I'm not seeing
Fisher
the-
dwarf,
Fisher dwarf. Gosh.
Um,
Okay, so that guy's a butcher fisherman,
Yeah.
trader,
If-
which was all just trading skills, I think.
mhm. And now that I think about it, a stone carver may be a better idea than I realized because you don't have as much wood on this map as I usually have. And so I would try to make your furniture and various shit out of stone more often than wood because you might run out, or at least you might not have enough for like charcoal later on.
So as Jom Tung, welcome on in, by the way. Hello, hello. Points out maybe a miner.
Mining gets leveled up really fast early on by
Okay.
everyone. It can speed things up early, but everyone will be a expert miner by the first year, just going through like dirt and shit like that. That's why I usually don't add anything to mining. If you have a really strong dwarf though, or one who just really likes mining, you know, it might not be a bad idea.
I was
And
trying
that's
to...
another thing.
Go ahead.
Sorry. You can only make beds out of wood.
Oh,
So definitely save wood and make beds like as one of the first things.
okay.
Beds and cups are the first things I always make over doors and anything else. Beds and cups so they don't have to drink directly from the ground or from the tap because they get really bad thoughts from that.
Okay.
And barrels, yeah.
by the-
Absolutely barrels because you'll need that to keep food from rotting.
We're gonna get into that barrel discussion again, aren't we?
Oh no.
By the way, ads are running. They got about 17 seconds left. Did you need to use the restroom or anything like that?
I'm good.
You've got that longevity of a good streamer. Guys, go give Zeke a follow. Zeke's a sweetie. Very knowledgeable. God, you know, I have not met somebody quite like Zeke in terms of both being an intellectual but also very approachable.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that.
I've talked with intellectuals before, but they always seem like academic intellectuals. Like they're like, no, you're supposed to be on my level. And it's like, you'll say stuff and I'm like, what? And you're like, oh no, I just mean this. And it's like, you're approachable in that. And you display that in your stream too. You're very chill in your stream.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
You can hold
It's like
my ADHD while you're clicking rocks in old school RuneScape.
oh wow. I mean, like, I view it as what is having knowledge without the ability to appropriately share it.
Right.
Like, I'm just hoarding shit that I can't use if I can't interact with other people. It doesn't pay me to be smart if I can't, like, be happy and functional in the world and around other people. That's why I view intelligence as, like, the ability to interact with people without hurting them and understanding how you affect the environment and things like that, more than it's just, like, hoarding information.
Okay. Yeah, it's a pretty good view of it. We're kind of open on our knowledge base as well. Like, we've gone through school, we've been looking at art and animation and obsessing with this over like decades now. So when we're like, people are like, oh yeah, you could make a class on what is the latest thing, Skillshare or whatever. It's like, no, I don't want to. I want to make sure everybody could have it. I don't want to paywall it.
Yeah. Accessibility of information is super important.
Yeah, especially since I grew up kind of like around a lot of poor folk, and even though we weren't the worst off, we were still kind of like poor and how to make compromises, and like having that moment of like, okay, what do I want to like learn this thing to progress my life, or have the latest whatever.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like the worst, but it was still like compromises had to be made. I think.
Yeah, that's a really good way of describing it. Wisdom versus intelligence, knowledge versus intelligence.
Okay, we're up to the end break. Song of Durin. Yeah, right? They've been treating me to all sorts of... This is like my 8-bit like chiptune playlist, and all the songs in here, unless it's just... Yeah, these are all still ones that people are providing.
Who requested the 8-bit version of Sober? I love you.
That's a good question. I don't know how to like review after the song has played. It's just vapor.
There's a martin just behind me, stealing every egg I make.
Shells
Making
are
my
also
nest.
great meme armor builds.
Bone armor is a thing, yeah.
Bone armor.
And if you just can't get bronze for some reason... So, what people used to do is they would do this gamble where they would not embark with an anvil. And you can make more anvils once you have, like, iron and an anvil, but chicken and the egg kind of situation. So, you could not embark... I almost said sell the anvil. You could not embark with the anvil and save 300 points and just hope you can buy one from your civilization.
Mm-hmm.
But if your civilization's struggling, or they just never figured out how to deal with iron, you could just never have an anvil. You could just never have metallurgy. Ever. But you're embarking with one of those, so that's not going to be an issue.
Right. I was laughing about the elves hate wood, and even glass made with potash. I didn't know about that. That's so funny to me. It's like, hey, this was made by burning wood. I could tell.
Uh-huh. And also, it got mentioned, but even like trying to sell non-wooden things in a wooden container will piss them off.
Okay.
Like trying to sell them like stone trade goods, but carrying it in a wooden chest will make them go, fuck you. So yeah, there's not a whole lot of reason to trade with elves, at least early on. They have food. They won't bring better things unless you just drown them in money and be really nice to them the entire time.
Are hippies just elves? No, because hippies believe in peace, and you saw those elves. They are no war.
These are not peaceful elves.
The difference between knowledge, Song of Durin. Love the Song of Durin.
Yeah, the soundtrack to this game is like probably my favorite video game music of this decade.
Mm-hmm. I think this actual playlist, once it gets to the bottom, is... Oh no, this is... I have no idea what is happening on this anymore. I don't recognize any of these songs. So it might have gotten off of my playlist and started just playing its own random stuff. But the one of our stream playlists actually has a lot of the Dabu stuff.
Oh, good. Hell yes.
I liked them because Blue Zest says there's one that sounds like there's somebody yelling "Koyoliolio."
Also, Nish says, "How I long for the beautiful spectacle of war." The patient, the patient person yearns for death,
but disdains knowledge. So
but disdains knowing anything about why it's happening. They just want death to happen.
yeah. Well, they also have a poor memory. That's why they disdain knowledge.
Oh, they can't. Yeah.
I can't retain it either. So I'm gonna watch this VOD like 5 times and still forget things. All right. So what was it was the butcher, which was the fisherman, because he's all frail and stuff.
Yeah.
Which is really funny that he's gonna be all tranquil, but like he's gonna be fishing while playing death metal. He's gonna be
like
noisecore, like what do they call that? Yeah, noisecore, right?
grindcore.
Yeah, like that. Like just
I- Just a personal little side note here. I never got into like grindcore and noise metal until I discovered a one-man frog Therian band called Philomedusa. I'm assuming that he's a frog Therian because I've never seen someone love frogs or incorporate them more into the most terrifying music I've ever heard in my life. But the Fijian series especially is like some of the most exciting chest thumping music I've heard in a long time, and all the lyrics are just frog vocal stems.
I had a feeling Luna would peek in. I had a feeling Luna would peek in. Oh my god. Luna is a big frog lover. If you could please share an example of this music in the Discord.
Sure. This is it's music, all right.
I mean, it's along the same lines of like what I call art, right? So like, if it's presented as music, it might as well be.
Philomedusa Fijian. There's 3 of the Fijian albums, and I think Fantasy is my favorite. Fijian Holiday, Fijian Fantasies, and Fijian Nightmare. Oh god, they're all so good. There might be like dead bodies and stuff in the art, so if you're squeamish, like
Oh yeah. Well, just spoiler it.
yeah. Here we go. Fijian Fantasies full album. This is literally what's gotten me into like noise music and grindcore and shit that I would never listen to otherwise.
Kermit started a band. You know Kermit is badass on a banjo.
Kermit's so cool. I can't believe he's also a mad scientist puppet.
As a part-time puppet, I approve of Kermit. Yeah, Gil, I'm on a different computer than the like the streaming is on one PC and the other one, but that's good to know about multi-threading. This computer has like 8 cores, like something like 16 theoretical cores. So I don't know why I couldn't just turn that on. Hopefully it would perform better. You really only got into grindcore from Suicidal Tendencies. Thundercats used to be their bassist. Interesting.
I didn't know that. I've known about Thundercat. I just didn't know that's what he used to do. How do I spoil something again? I'm sorry.
Double pipes. So the one above the enter button on US keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
So Tobul was the strong person, and they're the woodcutter. Is there another good thing for a woodcutter to do? Just herbalist, right? But then we'd have 2 herbalists. I could back out one of the farmer ones. Herbalist. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, I CW'd this with atonal music and body horror and gore as an aesthetic.
Alright, so one of the farmers had this. Okay, not proficient. What's a good secondary farmer trait? We did brewer on one. Cook?
Yeah, having a cook, having a. Did you give someone the Fisher dwarf thing?
Yeah, so the butcher is the
Okay.
fisher.
Okay, that's good. Gosh, I can't think of anything else to really say. Do you have a stone
No.
carver?
No. Nothing
I
like
would have
that,
a
yeah.
stone carver.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also got rid
Um,
of the wood carver because you had suggested that earlier. Should there be a wood carver, stone carver?
So, yeah, carpentry and stone carving create furniture and things.
Uh-huh.
Crafting is for small trade goods.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
so
I then
what
would
you
have gotten
want
the
is
wood
a
carving
stone.
anyways. Wrong.
Yeah. But stone carver is for making stone furniture and stuff like that. So one of those would be really good, I'd say. If you want him to also be a crafter, maybe a stone or a bone carver.
Mm,
Bone crafts are really good, especially since you have a fisherman. You'll be getting a lot of shells.
okay.
Um,
Don't worry about
yeah,
the gem
don't worry
cutter.
about
Yeah.
gem. Even though the gem industry is like a big part of this, it's not something you need to engage with early on, and it is such a race against time and Sisyphean effort to like get that as a year one trade thing. Like, oh, hello, Mountain Home, we've become a gem cutting industry. Like, no,
Mm-hmm. Okay, so wood crafter, and then there's carvers. There's not a wood carver that I see. Wood burner.
wood carver is carpenter.
Where is wood? Oh, okay, okay. That's
Wood
very funny.
crafter is just making little figurines and stuff to sell.
Woodcutter. Okay. And
Wood cutter is a lumberjack. Yeah,
Right.
those are all
Wood
it's
car-
little
crafter, I hardly knew her. Carpenter, you said was the carver, right?
yeah.
Okay.
No, carpenter is for actually making furniture and big things. You will want
Okay.
a carpenter too,
Okay.
if you don't already have one.
I do not. So let's make
Yeah,
this guy
I
a
would
carpenter.
add those two skills because you're going to need to make beds. Like I said, you can only make wooden beds,
Mm-hmm.
and with a proficient carpenter, they will be churned out fast and of high quality, so the dwarves will get good thoughts from being in them.
Okay, good to know.
So-
So I made him proficient at carpentry, and should a secondary craft be something like crafter?
Sure, yeah, woodcrafter or bonecraft carver, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
See, they've made it even more confusing by calling bone carving, even though all of the small scale things are called crafting.
Right, like
It's
crafter versus carver. Maybe that's why they made
Um,
it one word. You should keep the dwarf quarters simple with the bed, chest, and wardrobe. Probably what I'll end up doing, yeah.
the everything but the bed is good for organization and keeping shit from just being all over the floor and stuff like that. You can get away with just a bed at first.
Is it something like I've just been like maxing out everybody on like proficient woodcrafter, proficient carpenter. So something like the wood crafter, should I make that slash? Sorry, it's gonna be in California. Should I make this person maybe not a proficient wood crafter, but like maybe a novice or skilled, and then like give them bone crafting as a
That
secondary?
might not be a bad idea. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe like competent in both, or adequate and competent. Competent wood
Yeah, I'd
crafter.
do something like that.
All right. Deal.
This guy's also the carpenter too. Like that's
Mhm.
his main job.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
a carpenter, woodcrafter, and wood
Do you have a
stone carver.
Okay, you got a stone carver too.
No.
Okay, then I would make this guy a stone carver, not a crafter, but a carver, because he'll be making doors and pots and stuff.
Okay.
I meant your last dwarf with skills, not
Oh, there it is.
necessarily him, but
Okay, I'll make him a stone carver.
yeah, carver. Oh no! I'm sorry.
It's okay. Crafter.
Stone no, yeah, carver. No, crafter is for small things. Carver.
Are we
I was
sure?
thinking of
Are
bone.
we sure?
Yes, I'm positive. Stone carving is for big things. I wish they had this. It used to be called mason. Why couldn't they just leave it at mason?
Freemasons is why.
Oh,
I don't know.
Also, yes, the semantic thing changes depending on like the item too. It's a wooden chest, but a stone coffer. It is a wooden cup, but a stone mug and a metal goblet. So if you're looking for things, think about the semantics.
Okay. Good. I'm glad we're getting into this now.
I think everything else is fine. I'd go ahead and save your profile real quick so you don't have to do this again.
Yeah, if a crash like I did, okay,
Right.
save again.
And
Warning.
what's cool
okay,
is, if you use this profile on another world, and the actual like animal populations or materials are slightly different, and there's an issue with having enough things, it'll just say, "Hey, there was a conflict. You've been refunded these points. Fix this somehow."
Mhm.
You have a shit ton of points left.
Oh yeah, I see
And
that.
you have a few things here that aren't necessarily super important because you can make them later. Your quivers can be easily made at any point. You don't have an actual hunter, so you don't even need quivers. Thread, I mean, if you have someone get split open immediately, it's good to have.
Okay.
Your wheelbarrows and step ladders can be made like instantly. They're 50 points, and you have a carpenter who can just poop one of those out at any second. Same with the medical supplies, yeah. The crutches, splints, buckets are incredibly important because they're for everything from moving water, dealing with aquifers and pits and stuff like that, to also tending to wounded dwarves who cannot take care of themselves.
So should I up
buckets
those?
You can make them later. I'm just saying that they will be important to have.
All right. Rope.
And rope. I usually get rid of the rope. Rope is for tying down animals more than anything else.
Okay.
Posting guard dogs is a very, very good early game defense mechanism. I would increase the number of actual plump helmets you have by a bit, just so
Yeah.
you have more to brew with offhand, because you'll have to wait for the seeds to grow.
Right.
Stop making me horny.
Captain and Tom, I don't want to stop making you horny. That's what I do. That's what I enjoy. I get bigger tips the more horny you are. 50? Did they go bad? They must go bad.
Anything that's in a barrel will never go bad, unless there are so many vermin in there that they are infecting the barrels and destroying them, but you can get around that by having cats and other things. Cats and weasels and some other animals will hunt vermin for you. Vermin are a special class of mob animal that doesn't exist as an actual entity. They are more just a thing that materializes around stockpiles and around food. They can't be like tasked to be killed or dealt with directly because they're too small. So you'll have like vermin catchers or cats and other things deal with that kind of thing for you.
Okay.
But the reason why we say vermin as a special thing because that is a separate class of mob that you can't like just deal with yourself. You can't interact with them. It's more of a force of nature that you need other things to deal with.
Okay, that's cool. The bigger tits, the more horny we are. It's true, and also the hornier are, the bigger tips. Well, I get.
Yes, fairies and pixies are technically vermin.
That's fair. I get that. This is why I'm cursed. You know I'm cursed, right? I'm cursed by the fair folk. They don't like me too much. Because I have cartoon physics. Like if I toss something gently, it'll bounce like 50 times. It is no doubt. I have the most cartoony physics. People have watched it and commented on it around me. Hi, Ren. Welcome on in. Hi, Kobold. Pet, 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 pet. We're currently playing vanilla Dwarf Fortress, but I want to make Kobold Fortress eventually.
There is a very popular Kobold mod, and I know the person who made it. A Kobold Civilization mod.
Really nice. I
It's
think.
awesome.
I wonder if that's the one Blues S plays with.
Could be. I personally love Dwarf Fortress Kobolds because I love the idea of them being ratty little fucking hairless Chihuahua goblins. They're not cute reptiles
Right,
in this
right.
game. You will see immediately that they're their own like. They remind me of Stith from Titan AE,
Trying to
only without the
remember.
legs. With
Oh.
like the opposite leg situation, too little leg instead of too much.
Oh yeah, I know the one. Okay, yeah.
Dog alien thing is their whole vibe, and I love them. The sprites are really cute. I have a crush on the Dwarf Fortress Kobolds.
Aw.
The sprites are really fucking cute.
I do remember in like AD&D like books, they're described as like more dog-like, and the Japanese kobolds, the whenever there's one on an anime, they're like dog-like.
Yeah.
There was one as one of the side characters in a Dungeon Menchie, Delicious in Dungeon. I love that show. I am absolutely a freak for that show. I want
I
more
need
of
to
it.
watch it.
I
I
want to
have a
get the
lot of
anime.
friends who love it.
I want to get the. There's a manga or something like that. I saw additional reading material available. I want that. I want all of this. I I feel so called out by the blonde guy. I won't remember the names. I am so bad with names in anime. I feel so called out by that guy.
I identify with him so much because I love his whole thing of being like you look at him and you think he's like the normal one. You look at him and you immediately think, okay, here's the silly kids and the funky grandpa, and like he's going to be the normal one, what, right? And he opens his mouth and he's so fucking unhinged. It just absolutely Laios.
Laios, yeah,
Laios.
Laios.
I love his whole shit.
God.
Just so unassuming and good at masking how fucking just
I
my kind of brand of neurodivergency. Just
I heard somebody break down like he's got a lot of like pillars of like having autism, like being on the
Oh, yeah.
spectrum, and I was like, I see it. I love it. Him and his sister, they both have like a lot of the pillars of it. You feel called out by Chilchuck? You know that's valid. Chilchuck is so fun. He's the normal one. All right. So what kind of items should I buy?
So we're doing pretty good. A good point was brought up that you might want like cotton seeds or something like that. I usually like to trade for things. You also can get seeds from having a good herbalist.
Seeds.
You might not have access to them this early on, yeah.
Okay.
But that's definitely something you might want to trade for later, or keep in mind is above ground crops because they do function on an entirely different like thing.
Okay.
I can't suggest adding too many things. I'm gonna look at my items again here.
Because I've got a lot of points available. Is there stuff that I could just have to sell later? That kind of thing. Or is it just basically?
Not really. It wouldn't be too like efficient.
Okay.
Something I do is actually embark with more copper picks than I have dwarves for, so the first few migrants can start helping mine too.
Okay.
Um,
Give it 12.
yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, I actually have 12 copper picks and 3 axes. in case I ever get more woodcutters
Should I get
before I get.
I apologize. We keep talking over each other. I'm sorry.
Never.
Should I get a spear from our spearmen?
I was about to suggest, maybe instead of an extra axe, like a spear for him, like a bronze spear would be perfect.
Okay.
Um,
Do we
you
need
have
like
wood?
wood cutting axes?
That is a battle axe. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The battle axe is also a wood cutting axe.
But ground crops are seasonal, so worth paying attention to what you grow each season. Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
And not all of the underground crops aren't seasonal either. I know quarry bushes, which are a good like underground cabbage thing, cannot be grown in winter. I think some of the other things, like sweet pods, can only be grown at certain points.
Okay.
Your main thing is just plum helmets, though.
Okay. Do the wood carvers and stuff, do they need any tools that we need to bring?
Nope. The only tools that you need to worry about are the picks and the axes.
All right.
And the iron anvil. What I do is I just dump everything into more plump helmets spawn, and just some more food too. Like I said, you'll be able to make wooden things right off the bat. Since you don't have a ton of wood around you, you might want to embark with just some extra wood so you can start building shit immediately.
Wood,
But in
please.
general, wood, please. Stone, please.
I think I got those sound bites. Of course, that's just wood. What's that under? What category? Wood. Wood would be under wood.
Yeah.
So what kind of wood am I looking at here? Walnut?
They are all the same except for the ones that have higher points values. Those are probably just like exotic woods.
Okay.
They're good for crafting. You just get a few pieces of wood in case we don't have that much wood around us, and the rest I would just dump into more alcohol, more food, and more plump helmets. Literally, what I embark with is 190 plump helmet spawn, my anvil, my tools, a shit ton of booze, the plump helmets themselves, maybe wood if I'm embarking too much into a mountain and I'm worried about having wood right off the bat.
Okay.
The rest is just food, because the food will go into barrels and be stored. I mean, the food that you embark with is already in a barrel, so it hopefully won't rot. And yeah, just having an extra supply of food and booze your first year, just to make getting the other industries set up is
Okay. I'll
really good idea.
maybe get a stack of 10 wood. That's not much. It's 30 points if I
Yeah.
get 10. Like
That's beds though, and a few things like right off the bat though. So
Okay. So
I can't remember exactly.
I'm trying to pick a
what it
good
looked like.
color. I'm imagining each one. I haven't worked with any of these. I've done a little bit of walnut. I'll go with walnut. It's really pretty wood.
I would also recommend going to the animals tab real quick.
When I search.
That's an actual tab, like next to dwarves and items on top.
Oh.
And you start with 2 beasts of burden because these are canonically what pulled your wagon in with.
Okay.
I
I was gonna have Sisyphus do it, but it's fair. We can use a beast of burden.
If they happen to be a breeding pair, that's food right off the bat. Usually it's yaks or honestly usually it's yaks more than anything else. What I do is it's more expensive than just getting the regular dog and breeding. Well, you don't need to get more of these if you don't want, but unless you want to just guarantee you have a breeding pair.
Okay.
I'm just saying that you will start with some yaks for food.
Mhm.
But animal-wise, I get war dogs. I get a breeding pair of war dogs. They are already trained in combat and are way more survivable than a hunting or just a regular dog. I think it's towards the top, actually.
Okay. That's what I thought. I saw hunting dog. I was scrolling real
There
fast.
we
Oh,
go,
war
yeah.
dog. Yeah.
War dog
right
male.
next
Yeah,
to hunting.
A breeding pair of already trained war dogs can help with there's a lot of little things early on that will come to kind of test. There'll be pen testing of your fort. The kobolds and the goblins will come with stealthed invaders who will try to just steal a couple of items. The goblins may start sending baby snatchers before they send actual troops in, to thin your numbers and to raise your dwarves as theirs. So just having a pair of dogs who can see better than the dwarves and can move faster and just deal with early unarmed threats, because a kobold with a dagger is a big threat to like your unarmed fisher dwarves and shit, but a dog can just take them out immediately.
Okay. So apparently they could be gay or ace.
That's true.
That's beautiful.
For some reason, this game applies the same kind of personality things to all of its animals and beasts, which
Yeah,
I just love reading.
Right, you were talking about that yesterday. You were talking about like a rat or something had like a personality. I think was it a possum or something?
It was a possum. It was the antisocial girlfriend meme. Not
Yeah.
antisocial. Which she was antisocial, but it was the obsessed girlfriend meme, the possum.
Who disdain knowledge.
Yeah, another disdainer of knowledge.
I like the Chilchuck that everybody treats Chilchuck as a child, but he's a divorced middle-aged man. Right, that's so amazing. I love the age difference in the different races.
Cats are a good idea too because they're the best thing at getting rid of vermin. However, there is a bug/feature that I believe is still in the game because it's just kind of how cats work in real life too. Cats fuck like mad, and cats will have these cat explosions where they will just start breeding incestually and just start pumping out kittens. Not only does this slow down your fort and cause a lot of more things running around, the cats will adopt themselves to dwarves. And if something happens to the cat, now that dwarf has a permanent thing that's going to make them depressed for the rest of their lives. So,
Good.
if you get cats, get a couple and start gelding the kittens immediately, or at least gelding them as soon as you can.
Oh, okay. Spay
They are good
cats.
to have. I don't always bring a breeding pair, let alone one. But yeah, a cat's probably a good idea.
Okay.
And you have a breeding pair of war dogs. Gil suggests 2 pairs. Did you mean like 2 pairs of dogs and cats both, or what? Because I have like 6 dogs, I think.
I'm okay with
I bring 3 of each just in case.
Oh.
But yeah, the rest of your points I would just dump into food and booze at this point.
I like war dogs. They're gonna be.
And I think if war dogs or hunting dogs breed, they are.
Dogs.
I can't remember if they actually start as like regular dogs or if you have to retrain them.
Bring alpacas.
Wool is good. Textiles are a thing. I usually trade for my textiles. But eventually all of your dwarves' clothes will rot off their bodies and you'll need to replace them. So
yeah, my clothes are doing that right now. I need to get some juice. I got a pretty new shirt we got at Pride, and I was like, I forgot that we had it, and then we got it from Matthias because Siobhan tears the sleeves off of every shirt we own. Matthias needs sleeves. So we pulled out this shirt yesterday and I was like, this is beautiful. It's gorgeous. Thank you so much for the follow. We do anonymous follows, but if you'd like to talk, tell us about your day. I'd love to hear it. Hello, oli, 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 oli,
Oh, that's what it is. They're just regular dogs, but they have a higher I mean, they're more inclined to be trained, like Gil says. Like they are just better at being trained if they came from trained parents.
Trained animals can give birth to animals who are inclined to be trained. Okay.
This is also beneficial when you're trying to train an exotic animal for the first time. If your civilization can have information about training almost every animal, including exotic ones and dragons and shit like that too. However, if your civilization doesn't have a baseline like cultural knowledge of how to husbandry a certain thing, you'll have to learn that from scratch, and it makes keeping them trained a lot harder. If your civilization happened to have already managed to domesticate bears, catching bears and training them into war bears is way easier than it would be otherwise.
I'm so excited for war bears.
There are war bears, there are war wolverines. The elves will
Wolverines.
often mount their animals. They'll also bring giant ones too. The elves will field bear cavalry and kangaroo cavalry and all kinds of wild shit. War gorillas are fucking terrifying. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, yes.
That's just like having a berserk dwarf at all times, just there. Beak dogs, you can only... So beak dogs are a goblin livestock that you can only find from either raiding goblin settlements or bullying them into sending you tribute, which is possible. But beak dogs are incredible for not only their meat, but their eggs. They lay eggs better than turkeys, which are the best egg-laying animal to have. And they're fucking massive, so you can get a lot of materials and leather and stuff from them too. So finding beak dogs and keeping them at some point might be a really smart option. It may behoove you to bully the goblins earlier than you realize, just to get some of their cool shit.
Okay. Foxworth, hi. Hey,
I would
let me pause you here for a second because Foxworth is a brand new streamer and a very sweet, cute, shy bean. Needs some love. Go give Foxworth a follow. Was recently playing Helldivers. But when I watched them play last, before just on Discord streaming was Death by Daylight or something like that. I forget the name of the game. DBD. That like very sweet bean, very good voice.
Aww.
But welcome on in. I hope you are well. I'm playing Dwarf Fortress today with Zeke, Pine Martin Zeke here on my was that my right? I'm looking at a mirror version of myself that moves in the same direction I do, but like not in a mirror sort of way. So I was like, wait, hold on.
Also, I was just reminding you to save your profile again after making all these changes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so the consensus was 3 war dogs of breeding pairs and a cat. Was that the idea?
Yeah, and the rest of your points, just do what you
So I'm noticing,
like with them.
I'm noticing I kind of have you off the screen too much. There we go. Get back over here. Actually, hold on. I could just put you right above me. All right, I'll protect you. There we go.
Oh god, the undead are a whole fucking mechanic. Oh my lord.
I know Krug Smash had that whole undead fortress. It was so cool.
Yeah, basically necromancers can come as an invasion and be like, oh, I see that you're not living in an evil biome where everything reanimates. Let me just fix that for you. And so, like, the actual hairs and, like, disembodied skulls of cattle come to life and shit. Anything that's organic and pliable.
Oh, they come,
The
do
necromancers can raise,
they?
yeah.
You had me at come.
Come, Vegeta.
You're just a little guy. You sure are. Do you like your position right here on my head? The hair's not greasy. It's nice and supple, soft.
Duk, 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 duk.
All right, so that was the consensus of animals. Kind of still got 197 points. And you just said alcohol and
Yeah, food, booze, and things to make more food with later, and booze,
So,
seeds.
is it is rum a dessert and ale is like breakfast?
Where I'm from, yeah. These are just like the dwarves like their alcohol to be diverse too, just like their food.
Oh, okay. That's a fun
Um,
mechanic.
Does all Plump Helmet stuff just start as dwarven wine? I don't know exactly how it works. It's a semantic thing, but they are different things, and they will benefit the diversity
Mm-hmm. Good.
needs of your dwarves.
All right, so let me go back. Is there an alcohol, like, is it all under food? Like, category here. Drinks. Got it.
Yeah, yeah.
So I should add some boot beer in there too for diversity.
Yeah, dwarven beer and or whatever you don't already have. Yeah, they like that.
Maybe 30 each, if I can manage it. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in, Salo. Hey, Salo's another great streamer, folks.
Oh my gosh, hi Salo.
Yeah, hi Salo. We were lurking one time in Salo's. We had just raided in, and like you raided in afterwards, something like that. But hell yeah, Salo, Sweetie Bean, hi. I think we raided in on Solo when Seriana finished up Portal 2. Of course, kobolds got to represent more kobolds. But welcome on in, Solo. I think my shoutouts might be doing a nice cooldown. Get some love. Last playing Star Sector. How was Star Sector? Gosh. Here's my embarrassing story. Positive is Solo was. I came in one time just to lurk and do work, but I couldn't think because Solo was doing exercise routines like one after another, and it was like squeaking and whimpering, and like my dog brain was activated. I was like, I go on. Squeak more, little one. It was so fun. It was just we're like all of us were like, oh man, you could sell these noises, and like Solo's like, what do you mean? It's just me working out. It's like, no, Solo, no. You're beautiful. Love it. Also just like hanging out with you because you're very fun. Got a lot of good noises over there and a cute kobold. If you love kobolds, you should. And if you don't, think hard about who you are as a person. 67 plants. Hello. Welcome on in, Bean. Actually, there's a thought. For necromancers can raise dead things. Considering your hair and nails are dead, except for the root, does that lead to people's hair trying to choke them out?
Yes.
I mean, can hair move on its own?
Yes.
Can it move on its own? Or is it like...
In this game.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, certain things that have animative properties by default can be raised, whatever, by necromancer.
That it's like you think about it too. Like how much of the processing does it need to happen? Can it like activate a hamburger in your gut? Like how late in the digestive thing is it still considered undead meat?
Right.
Like, well, what is the extent of this necromancer? I think for the world building that we've been doing, I would say that probably the hard cap is like you can probably resurrect dead hair, but since it doesn't have consciousness of its own, it's just lively hair. Hi, DeSoto. What are you doing that? I gotta learn what that is. What dogs do, where they like tilt their head to try to like understand the sound. Like they'll do like the head tilt back and forth to like adjust the pitch in their understanding. Yeah, that's what that is. Like when a dog tilts its head, it's like trying to like perceive it in a different way because it's like the straight on didn't make sense. So they're trying to like get an angle on it. As far as I understand, I could be blowing that out my ass. I don't know. Probably. I am a cartoon character on the internet. All right. Right. I was deciding on. I need more beer. Noises are necessary. I don't know what you're talking about. And probably would I go with more plump helmets? Is that a food or is that just for brewing?
That's for so you can actually eat plump helmets. You'll want to disable that immediately because you'll lose all of your foods or your drink supply.
Okay.
Getting plump helmets, in my opinion, is always better than just getting a lot of like finished. I mean, you're fine with the drinks you have, but getting plump helmets is better because when you process a plump helmet, you automatically get seeds out of it. So having plump helmets and brewing them real fast gives you more to work with than just getting nothing but finished booze.
So this is. Oh, go ahead. Finish.
But no, that's fine.
So brewing wine, beer, ale, these kind of things. These are only like a couple of months at most. Is it like about the same in the game?
It takes about 5 seconds, depending on the skill.
Okay. So like
the waiting for the plump helmets to
there.
grow. Yeah, waiting for the plump helmets to grow will take in-game months, seasons. But the actual brewing process is instantaneous. It's just like processing any other thing.
Okay. Well, like you just make it, and there's like the brewing is done. It's ready to serve.
Yep. It goes into it's there. It gets put in a barrel.
They're just making juice. They're just drinking the wort.
Basically, yeah.
Good.
I wonder if the plump helmets are already alcoholic somehow.
Oh yeah, like they plump up. Ow, that stung. They plump up because of like some process when they're not plump before, but then they plump up, and they got juice on the inside that's all fermented. I'm making up the lore. Let's do it.
Yeah, fuck it.
Like, so they grow. And then they the insides kind of fester a little bit and they ferment on the inside. Cause maybe the yeast is a fungus, right? So maybe it's brewing itself.
Maybe it just got auto brewery syndrome.
Oh yeah. I thought for a while I had that because it was like, I've got some weird gut issues and definitely have had moments where I'm like, I feel drunk, but I just ate a sandwich. What happened?
Right.
I always wondered, but I've had digestive checks and stuff and nobody's said anything. So I assume good news is good news, but I also don't know if they check for that. Break its leg. Break a leg.
I would go ahead and minus a few bags, maybe all of them. You can buy that later too.
Okay. Just what, 2?
Yeah, sure. Maybe your buckets to have one just in case you have an emergency immediately. But again, these are things you can make pretty quickly too, especially.
And we've got a supply of wood on hand too, for anything we might need. So I was kind of picking up what you were saying, and my natural inclination is to say, since you can brew right away, get the brewer to work immediately and start picking up seeds from plump helmets. So how many dwarves do we have? 8? Oh, wait, 7. 7 dwarves.
Mm-hmm.
So would we have, how much do they drink a day, sort of thing?
I knew the exact number at one point. Um,
Well, give me rough
da-da-da-da-da.
estimates here. I don't need to know
Yeah,
precise.
I think it's like once, at least once a day, um, or maybe like twice or three times a week. I can't remember offhand.
I'm sorry, you said a number. My brain immediately erased it. Thank you, brain. Doing a bang up job. Bang up like a car wreck. uh,
They need it constantly. I think it's either once a day or like three times a week. I can't remember.
okay.
Dwarven Thirst is constrained by the important alcohol-dependent creature token, which causes them to suffer severe performance penalties when deprived of alcohol. Dry dwarves increasingly lose walking and attack speed. Alcohol withdrawal appears in the dwarves' thoughts and preferences. Blah 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 blah. Starts at 3 months. Where is just like their regular requirement at? Things can be sourced at embarkation. I know that. Each brewing job produces 5 units of alcohol per brewable item and deposits the alcohol in the container, recovering any plant seeds in the process. The size of
Oh.
a stack does not affect how long it takes to brew it, which is entirely on the brewer's skill. So the brewing skill makes it faster, but unlike herbalism, it doesn't give you more yield. You will always get 5 units as long as you have the barrel.
Okay. So one plump helmet makes 5 ale, for instance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's almost better, like, just to bring the plump helmets in, like, less, just a starting amount of alcohol and let the brewer good to work right away.
Yeah, that's what I usually do.
Okay.
Having some on hand, it just kind of saves you from like waiting too long. Because sometimes I'll get so involved in designing my fort and mining, I forget to set up some of my industries. But yeah, it's better to have just the plump helmets and make them immediately. As long as
Okay.
you have the seeds too, you can probably get by with less alcohol than I embark with.
Maybe let's 14.
Yeah, I start with 21 of each myself.
All right. So 3 days of each for 12, or sort of the 7 that we have.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds like a good compromise.
And your farm plot should be like one of the first things you build, besides like a place to hide and sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Brewing is like your first industry.
30 helmet spawn.
I would keep a liberal amount of spawn, yeah.
So
Because you have all these
it's-
points. Like, you don't really need anything else important. You can just dump these into whatever you want at this point.
All right. I'm trying to figure out. So getting.
I start with 190 plump helmet spawn.
I was wondering what a liberal amount sounds like to you.
Yeah. I would personally go with at least 100 just to be safe. That's what I usually do.
It's like I can see these numbers, but I see some of it's extrapolated. Like I can't
Yeah.
imagine a single mushroom growing like an entire barrel full of ale, kind of thing. Like that's like what do these numbers
Right.
extrapolate to that I'm looking at?
Yeah.
Because 100
Also-
seeds, it's like, okay, is that just 100 plump helmets, or is that 100 plots?
Also, plump helmets, like everything else, if they're not harvested fast enough, rot, and you can't get anything from them. You can't brew them or get seeds. If they're just left on the ground for too long. So, what I noticed is they seem to rot faster than any other plant too, probably because of the whole auto brewery thing we were talking about. So, it does not hurt to have too much stuff to make alcohol with, or food in general.
Sir, you have a microbrewery in your digestive tract. I'm like, I know. I wish these hipsters would stop making IPAs, though. Can they just make a stout once? Just porter. I will settle for a red ale. Just give me something other than hops all the time, always.
Right. You got Fisher Dwarf, so you'll have food right off the bat. That's not really a concern.
Question here from Gil. You're thinking through, but I'm curious if you're aware of the evil story about Dwarf Fortress and mermen and mermaids.
I've not heard this one, I don't think.
Oh, Baru is what that's called, where a dog will change, like exhibit behaviors where dog's ears are unfamiliar with an enticing sound. I was thinking when you posted that, like, because we were talking about barrels and versus like saying like wheelbarrow versus wheelbarrel, and we were laughing about that yesterday. And when you added that, I was like, oh no, it's the discussion all over again. But when you posted the wiki link, the Urban Dictionary link, the first thing I was thinking of was like, what's that thing Nixon says like in Futurama? Oh,
Yeah.
no, because he's talking to his like buddy, Aru, Guru, whatever it is.
I just know he howls at one point.
Yes. Your world building thoughts. Famous would necromancers have the best beauticians? Yeah, because like Gil also put in that like would revive the dead skin cells and stuff. Breathe life into the hair and skin. Exactly. No more split ends ever in the entire kingdom. The most luscious hair. All right. You could finish your thought now. I'm done being a goober.
I can't even remember what I was saying. I think this looks good to me.
All right.
Might want to save again.
Oh, I was
And
already
now
on
for
it.
the fun part.
Embark?
Well, fortress name and group symbol if you want.
Oh, good. All right. What are we gonna? Oh, I have to find based on the names, right?
It's a very prescriptive system, and it's a little bit annoying at first. You'll figure it out because you have to click on those individual things on the left and then click on the word to add them.
No, Cappy.
And it might not.
I am still learning. Welcome on in, by the way, Cappy D. Cutie. Stupid miasma.
Technically, we did already start a fort, and then it crashed on the labor.
Right. We did do one, but we didn't actually play. We clicked a button and it crashed. So I'm hoping that it gets better this time around.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
I need to run to the restroom real quick.
Sure.
I'll let you have fun with this. Because you can make this say almost anything you want.
all right.
There's a streamer I watched back in the day who plays exclusively this, Blind IRL.
Yeah.
Had a cooking-based fort called Sizzle Tongs. So like, if you want to go for like an aesthetic or a name, like that's what I like using this for. I always name my fortress Crumbled Castle, like Crumbling Castle, the intro to Polygon Wonderland. And my civilization is always the Weasel Speakers, which is a reference to the fish speakers from Doom.
Nice.
So like, whatever you want to do, you can do fun things like that. This is like half the fun of Dwarf Fortress, is the kind of role playing with yourself aspects like this.
Okay. You would say that. You're welcome to go on your break. It's also, ow, my ear. It's also ad break time, so perfect time for you.
I'll see you cuties in a sec.
Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, do the same thing with stuff on infantry equipment in Iron Hearts. I don't remember what we were talking about at that exact context. Also, cooking means you don't get seeds. Oh, really? Okay. So always turn off cooking with plump helmets. Right. Which is why I have... Did I get enough lobster? Like, you can get food right away, I suppose. Like, I got enough for 7 dwarves for 2 each, I think, lobster-wise. Didn't seem to be concerned, so I hope that works. Yeah, fishing is hella fast. Okay. Who knew that dwarves would be such proficient fishermen? Cave fishing. Basically, mermaids and mermen made pearls and other very expensive items. So a lot of players would make mermaid breeding mill and immediately slaughter them when they grew up. Oh dear. Jesus. Intentionally give the price. Fair enough. That makes a lot of sense. Think you enjoyed the I think I would enjoy the Legends mode. I'm gonna take a look at that afterwards. It said it was a lot of reading, and I have to chat to read. So thank you for the pets, Looney. How are you? Have not taken a look yet. No. Seeds. I keep thinking that too. Oh, I love venison. Wow. You still haven't got the rare cappy yet. I'm like concerned that I broke something and didn't set it up right.
It's a pornography store. I was buying pornography.
Oh, well, good to know, Macaroon. I'm not there to judge you. Absolutely understand. I'm curious why you didn't want to go into the black market deal in the dealer's den with us.
Yes.
It's so funny. Like Quill went in there, and Quill's ace as hell. And they ended up buying a little squishy figurine that was like made from excess dildo material, and like a little 3D printed mascot. Of the one of the companies.
Excess dildo material is going to be my registration name for Anthrocon now. Thank you.
Well, good. I'm still on the fence if we're going to go to that. We definitely want to. We have an event coming up next month that we're kind of keeping a little hush hush for now, but we're using it as a metric on like, okay, if this does well, we're going to go. Don't you love it when there's games like this incentivize ignoring human rights, which is basic like rights? The mermaid thing about like overbreeding mermaids to like slaughter them for their pearls.
It's funny because the different civilizations, and this is something you can get into with like custom civilizations a lot more, they have their own moralities, and there are certain things that you might not expect to be mechanical. Like for example, elves are okay with cannibalism. Not cannibalism, elves are okay with consuming sapient life. They're okay with eating slain enemies and using their body parts. They don't believe in abusing corpses. That is something that goblins do for fun. But elves have different just views of morality and stuff beyond just like the tree thing and the animal thing. Yeah, humans are okay with slavery, and I think everybody else but goblins abhor that. And these things can actually cause otherwise peaceful civilizations to go to war with each other. So you may find yourself at war with elves or other dwarves or humans just because of these things. It's not just that, oh yeah, here's the evil race, they're going to invade you eventually. It's the little political things and cultural things can affect these things. And that's another thing too. It can vary between the actual civs too, even if they're the same race. Some of their like social and cultural values can be slightly different, and these things can snowball into war and other things later.
Okay.
There's so much to this fucking game. There are so many moving parts, and 99% of the gears are invisible.
I love that. Abbey Fortress. Frog
Abbey
Abbey.
Abbey.
Frog-
Frog Abbey.
Frog Fortress. It's got alliteration, and we're on Friday, so it's Frog Fortress Friday. I'm
Oh
going
yeah,
with it.
and cultural like assimilation is a thing too. It usually happens with goblin child snatchers, like I mentioned. But anthropomorphic animal people, refugees, stolen babies, all kinds of things can cause different races to find themselves in another society that they wouldn't normally be. You can even have like elven kings of the dwarves. There's a whole story of Kakami. What's his full name? Kakami.
Cockamy Daddy.
Kakami Daddy. Um, Kakami Ape Balded, the Immortal Onslaught, known in his language as Kakame Awendimiandade Mani Palothi, happened to be and he was racially an elf, but he was a king of the dwarves, and this was back when these kinds of butterfly effects were a lot more rare. They still happen, but um, not quite the same kind of butterfly wing flappings. And somebody had a fucking elf as their king through in-game thousands of years of just weird happenstance and butterfly effects and shit.
I like Frog Fortress the Speckled. I love all those. This is fun. I could see where you could get like really into this.
You can choose a custom symbol too, and name your actual like new civilization if you want.
Let's go with that. Group name, group symbol. Creature, well, frog. It would be weird if it wasn't. Frog man, frog woman, frog man with the extra what? Making sure we know the frog man is male. So they're cis. Okay, got it. Okay, fair enough.
I don't know if that's like an. I don't know.
Oh, what is all of this?
If God had wanted you to live,
Oh, those are historical figures. Those are famous kings, famous generals, famous creatives, painters, bards, demons, gods, just historical figures.
Oh my
That
god.
is a term the game uses for people important enough to have information attached to them and otherwise an effect on the world beyond their just existence.
I like this random person is just named Bridled
Bridled frog.
Bridled frog. Yeah. And I'm
That's
just
three
like
bridled frog.
that's their historical figure. Crap. Frog.
The kobolds have the best language in this game, by the way.
Brofu Frogus. Okay.
They're all named like Bilbo Buffermergus and Bilguskushburgen and like, shit like that. That's the kobold language.
Oh my gosh. Swedish Chef was just a kobold.
Oh my god. Bones frogs. Lather frog. Frog needs. A lot of people named after frogs.
Yeah. I'm only going on this trend because we talked about frogs earlier. And then it activated Luna. They don't seem to be very fun.
She is the youngest daughter of Slogol, Rangus, and Prunker.
Good old Prunker.
Good old Prunker.
She was a fine gal. Mean at darts. Human necromancer. Connor Frogdawn. Connor Frogdawn. Connor has a name, it's an Irish name involving wolves. Like, Conan, I think, is like Little Wolf or something like that. Connor is like
Interesting.
lover of wolves.
Me too.
So I feel
Do
that's a
me
good one.
do me a huge favor and click on where it says action or relationship.
Okay.
Read through those. And you can choose the agent and recipient of all these things.
Okay, it's an image of a giant tree frog, Brofu Frongus, the kobold, and Connor Frogdon, the human. Connor Frogdog is being shot. Okay.
Yes.
Brofu Frogus is laughing. The giant tree frog is dead. All right, good enough. Hi,
I'm
Dr. Hawk. Hi, Hawk.
Hi, Hawk. Oh my gosh. I love Hawk.
Koyo is stinky. The office got really hot for some reason. I turned on a fan early on, but it's not aerating the place enough. I think it's just turned the place into an air fryer, so I'm slowly crisping up.
I have another thing to read to you. So the artifacts that you make in this game are described and, tokenized similarly to that.
Mhm.
There's an artifact so famous it has its own not Wikipedia, the Dwarf Fortress wiki page. It's called Plane Pact. Plane Pact is a legendary limestone statue. The statue contains what would appear to be the entire history of the world in which it was created, as well as 73 images of itself, leading one to believe that the designs engraved upon it are minutely fractal, or Plane Pact is where the universe exists. It also contains several pictures of toads, squares, but no cheese.
No cheese. Never.
There was another one I saw where like someone engraved a masterpiece of like recursive eggs screaming as they were being beaten. Like you can read some awesome things.
Do you feel like sharing that in the Discord?
Oh, the page?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that.
Sounds rad.
I need to find the egg picture because someone drew it too. Someone like painted what their dwarf carved.
Somebody's is now playing Mushroom, the Badger song.
Very
Badger, 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 Mushroom. I haven't heard Weeble's stuff in ages.
Just gonna put this in shares.
Wait,
I'm just gonna put funny Dwarf Fortress shit in shares, honestly.
if so, I have a message here that says OBS has crashed.
Again?
It just popped up. Nobody is complaining about it. They say they can't hear the music, so I'll turn that up a bit. There was one song that was so loud I had to turn it down for myself. I think it got turned down as for you guys. Yeah, it's very funny. It says it's crashed, so maybe if I just ignore it, I'll push it off the screen, off to the right. That's a future me problem. If I don't click it, it won't close the program. This is fine. If we leave it to the dwarves, they'll just pick a picture of a table for their symbol. You know what? For Captain Tom's sake, I will add a table in there. Oh, I love all the untitled, unnamed things. Thank you for the follow. We do anonymous follows, but if you want to tell us about your day, I'd love to hear about it. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the nonsense. Usually the stream is not as scuffed. Usually. I don't know what's happening today. Just an extra special day, I suppose. Just to toast the weekend. Oh, the limp vegetable.
It's a book.
Ow.
The written portion consists of a 222-page novel entitled The Limp Vegetable, authored by Ova Imarina. The work has no particular subject. The writing is somewhat self-indulgent. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. This is what like Roman emperors used to do. They started just like writing books about shit. They just started writing books that were just like their fucking personal Zettelkasten thing. Like, this is just what I know. I'm a polymath. This is just what I know. I'm gonna die of syphilis at 50. Here you go.
Right. God. I'm okay.
Rufus is laughing.
It just says Connor Frogdon and the human and the limp vegetable. It just got it added in there randomly. I thought it was going to be at the end.
Well, you can add the relationship though. It's just it lists what's there first, and then you can add the relationships.
Okay.
You can have Brufufrongus can be smashing the frog with the codex. Like you can do anything.
The limp vegetable is cooking.
Good. This looks good.
It's cringing.
And Legends mode that we keep talking about is just this. It's just reading this forever.
All right. I'm done. Group name.
It must have been vegetable.
The ace. The blue ace. No, that's just that like group that flies around with the planes. Blue Angels. There's like they're ace pilots. How do I get rid of the blue portion? Is that just part of it? Oh, is that the
That's
first?
just the translation.
The ace. Got it.
And you can click on like where it says compound adjective to add those in different positions too. Because like on you're just on of X right now. If you add
Right.
something, it'll be just like of X at the end. So
The ace of butterflies. No, let's the ace of frogs. Why not? It's just
the ace of frogs. The ace of frogs.
We've got a theme here, so let's go ahead and save this loadout, overwrite, and now it's time to embark, right? God,
Right.
how much time have we spent on this? Well, crashes
It's
aside,
no.
it's crashes aside. We've been doing this 3.5 hours, so we still got an hour. Good. We've got an hour of gameplay in there. Man, this feels like a long stream. I am learning so much. Hello, pizza loving furry.
fun
Welcome on
stuff to
into the
know.
Silly Coyote. Yeah, I've been having a blast. He was watching a Vine Sauce, Joel playing this one time, and he had his dwarves make a statue depicting a dwarf doing every possible violent accent to an elf. And then he gifted it to the elves. They loved it. They're good.
Because it
at
wasn't
humor.
made out of animal products. It wasn't made out of trees or anything, so it's fine.
There you go. There you go. That's how you please an elf. Go
This
ahead.
may have been the same one where he had like an entire battalion of silver warhammer wielding dwarves called the Silver Slammers, and he was so into it that now I scream elf every time I get attacked by elves. Like that war he had with the elves for those streams were just beautiful. I've never seen him so mirthful.
Good. All right. So
So
we've got
are you ready
everything.
to embark in this aquifer-infested fucking savage hellhole we've found?
It said
Actually,
light
this place-
aquifers.
It's fine.
A
And you can
dwarven
smooth that away.
outpost. You have arrived after the journey from the mountain homes with the forbidden. Oh, this is the crap we read before.
Yeah.
We're Liru Kurservesh. I am terrible at these names. Gamel. Strike the earth. All right, frog.
Okay, go ahead and pause.
Pause.
Yeah.
What?
Spacebar also pauses, by the way.
I had my other hand off the keyboard drinking water.
I see.
All right, so
Okay, so let's go back and do that meta shit that I told you was very important.
Mhm.
So
Labor.
Yeah, click on labor first of all.
We did it. It didn't crash.
We
We're
did
good.
it. Miners should be everybody because you don't have a skilled miner. It's just something that everybody should have. So click on where it says everybody does this. You don't have to assign them manually. Right above there.
Oh, everybody does this.
Yeah. That way you don't have to just click yes on everyone.
Mhm.
Go to plant gatherers. Only selected do this. Now click on your proficient herbalist. Now nobody will waste plants if you tell them to go. Because
Okay.
this is not an RTS where you can click on an individual dwarf and task them to shit. They just do it on their own.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else should be good. Click on woodcutters for me, please. That's by default on that. I just couldn't remember. Okay, now click on kitchen. It's the second set of tabs there next to standing orders. Click on where you see the bowl or pot with the steam coming out of it.
Mhm.
On plump helmets, yes, thank you. That will let them use the plump helmets for brewing, but not cooking, because
Okay.
cooking them ruins the seeds, and
Mhm.
there's just no point in using plump helmets as a food source. It's your booze source. They can't cook with the spawn is shut off by default for the same reason. Everything else looks good. Okay, that just basically keeps you from starving to death early on, or drinking yourself to death.
All right.
I think everything else is fine the way it is. So everyone's mining now. Only select people are gathering and chopping wood, and nobody is wasting plump helmets. So turning those things on is like the frame one thing you should always do, like on and off. Just
Okay.
making sure they don't waste things. After this, it's just time to dig and explore. I'd look around a bit before unpausing and like maybe plan out your dig designations and stuff like that, because you can designate everything while paused.
Okay.
And you can click on creatures
So you
up on top there.
uh
The topmost tab next to labor and everything.
creatures, you said?
Yeah, that'll show you at a glance at what everyone's doing. If things aren't getting done, you can go here and be like, oh, they all have no job. Their labors are assigned wrong, or they're stuck, or something's going on.
Mhm.
This is where you can see like what they're actually up to. You can see their happiness at a glance. The green thing there, you don't need to worry about that right now, but that's cool for telling them not to do just any labor. If that is toggled off, they will only do things that like they're skilled to do.
Got it. I do
So
like this person just says fish. Not fishing.
Fish.
They're just fish. Fish.
Just
What are you doing?
fish.
Fish.
Clicking on pets and livestock lets you see what other animals you embarked with. So you should
Right.
see.
Or
Oh, you
dogs.
got a horse and a bull, a yak bull. So obviously those can't breed, but if you had a breeding pair of yaks,
Not with that attitude.
you could have lucked out really fast. So that's cool. Yeah, the cat is currently uninterested in an owner.
Okay, good. It's a free agent. Got it. Good. You do you, cat. Just keep killing rats. That's all we need. Vermin.
And finally, other shows you what else is living around here.
Okay.
You've got a giant cougar, which is not great.
She's
so
just
in
only
these-
interested in young men.
So I'll get into detail. I'll go into detail a bit more about the giant thing. So I mentioned that there's the savage biomes. There's that scaling thing.
Mhm.
Savage biomes have anthropomorphic and giant versions of regular animals. The giant versions can be anywhere from 3 times to 300 times the size. A quote-unquote giant elephant is like big enough to put the world on. Um, this giant cougar is probably the size of a dragon, and I'm kind of concerned. You can click on um these to actually view where the creature is. You can see how close. Um,
3 years old. Personality. Let's figure out that.
yeah.
Has an iron will and a good intuition, but very poor focus. He's going to find us and get bored. Yeah.
Where is he on the map?
I forgot how to find that. I saw that just a
I
second
think
ago.
the camera you can.
It
Or
was
yeah, that works too.
other and giant cougar, and then this one. Yeah.
Okay, those are the boars.
Did I click the wrong one?
You clicked on a boar.
Oh my gosh! Thought I could do this. Click there. Oh, there it
Okay,
is.
they're up there. He might be just hunting the boars, so I would ignore him for now. You might want to get a squad. Okay, I'm just thinking about your spear dwarf and protecting yourself. He's not going to grab that spear unless he's actually in a squad. So I would click out of this because this is a whole separate menu.
Let me take one look. I'm just
Sure.
curious about this
Sure.
tiger. It's got a personality. He is very quick to anger. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas. Good. It's like a cat would do. That's the poor focus right there. And is open to changing his mind. Please don't attack us. Okay, you've convinced me. You've charmed me. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Okay. He isn't particularly curious about the world. He is assertive. He does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. That's good. That's good. I can't imagine a place that could fit him inside. No thoughts, no memories. Same, buddy. Same. Relationships, nothing else. Okay. So, anyways, you were saying about squads. So, do I do the?
Go ahead and right click to get out of this, and I think it should be the banner on the far right corner down there.
The
Is
one.
that the squad? Yeah, that's a squad one.
Here's behind my shoulder. I'll don't show again. I'll just hit OK for now.
Yeah. Oh shit! You must appoint a militia commander first. I'm sorry. Okay, so go to where the crown is.
Nope.
Or you can get here from there too.
Okay.
And click on nobles and administrators. This is another thing you want to set up pretty early on. This is where you like choose your advanced positions for your dwarf. Militia commander. If you click on that, it should select. Okay, it's not going to show here. Do you remember who was the?
That's okay. I'm pretty sure it was lore, because that was the only one that didn't assign a like a thing, because it was
that makes sense. Yeah.
It was fighter, spearman, everything like that. So it was like, you're not a proficient at anything. How do I see their skills? Just for future reference, because I'm curious.
That is
now.
under the same thoughts and preferences menu. It's just a different tab.
Okay, so it's this one.
Yeah, skills.
Skills.
Next to health.
Combat, yes, everything here.
Yeah.
So it was lore.
Good.
And
go ahead.
Finish up your thought here after like we did the leader, this militia leader.
Yeah, because you'll need a squad to be able to actually start assigning like combat targets, and you'll need him too, obviously. So, go back to the squad thing, and you see a thing that says "Create New Squad" now. Actually, on the sidebar there.
My microphone's right in the way.
I have to click out of this first.
Okay. Create new squad.
There we go. No uniform for now. And he's already there. And you should be able to hover over one of those. I can't remember which one it is now, and look at the inventory. If that doesn't work, click on the positions.
Okay.
Yeah, that one, the little guy there. I'm trying to remember how you assign well, we're trying to give him the spear that he had earlier. I'm just trying to remember how you actually go about doing this. There we go. Okay. Go down where it says equip. I think if you hit details, you can just add certain individual items. Yeah, new weapon, specific weapon, or just spears. You have just the one. If you do a generic thing, they'll just grab whatever they have.
Okay.
Also, hit schedule for a second. Dwarves will not treat themselves as soldiers unless they are actually currently scheduled. You can have them constantly do this, or you can choose which months they are a soldier and which months they are just doing regular labor. They will not do anything but feed themselves and train otherwise. So like
Okay.
if you have him constantly training, first of all, he's got no one to train with, but if you have him constantly doing this, he is going to just not haul anything and just not help out a lot. However, since you have so much going on here, you might just want to leave him on train for a while so he's always in combat mode. He
Okay.
should grab his spear immediately. And
So how do I?
If this-
How does this work?
you can
So
just
I
click on it.
view monthly schedule.
Or you can just click on where it says constant training.
Oh, okay. Click. Oh, there we
you
go.
Yeah.
I see. I see how
It's
the
it's a
layout
little
is.
weird. Yeah. And you can play with those like when you get more squad members, and you can have like rotating shifts and stuff like that.
Okay.
But in general, he should be in like combat mode, and if the cougar comes immediately, you'll have a better chance, basically. I just wanted to get him grabbing his spear immediately in case the dogs aren't enough. So otherwise, you've got
Is he all the way up here. Yeah.
yeah, you see he's up there. He might not be able to see you currently because line of sight is a thing.
We're gonna name it Kingston after a pizza-loving furry.
Hell yeah.
I'm sorry if we have to kill you, buddy, but you were a cougar. You were right here. You are 3 years
Cougar.
old, and you are absent. Like you're absent-minded. Don't hold on to a single thought. But to be fair, same. Did I do it? No. How do I do this? So I do Kingston. Okay. Is this it? Do I do this one?
That's the title.
The title here?
Yeah. He will be a Kingston named Kingston otherwise.
Okay. So
It's a little weird.
So giant cougar, and this is Kingston, the top
Yeah,
one.
that's the actual name, but how it renders is different sometimes. I don't.
I thought I clicked in the thing and it went to a whole different menu. So go back here. Kingston, we're making Kingston.
Duke Fortress.
Kingston. There we go. All right, I just click there and call
There
it
you go.
done. Where does it go?
Why is it not populating? It might be just in a different menu. Or you might have to unpause for it. I'm not sure. Naming animals is a little weird.
All right, we tried. Hi, in spirit. Hi, Ribbon. Hi, Finn. Wait, is that right? Yeah. How you fair doing?
Otherwise, I would just say start digging into the mountain and think
Okay.
about how you want to like plan your fort and stuff like that. You will need, like I said, some place that there is actual underground soil and not just rock. So I would save like your first layers for that if you find some arable land. What I also do is wherever I dig in, I create like a battle hallway that separates my actual main stairwell from my entry point.
Mhm.
You can dig straight down and start your stairwell outside if you want to, but it's so much harder to like keep shit out of it.
Okay. Gonna
So
zoom
good practice is just
out.
digging into the mountain there. You can mouse over the tiles to see what they're actually made out of on the edges. And but yeah, like dig towards the left, I'd say, and
Mhm.
make a cozy little space, and then decide on what you want in like your actual stairwell and stuff like that.
Okay.
Because you've got a really good spawn here. Like everything looks defensible. There's lots of the cliffs are very sheared, so things won't have as easy of a time like falling down on you and like pathfinding your way there. And that also means that like you won't have layers of dirt that just kind of collapse in. Like you're mining into a true mountain and not just loam.
Okay. So I do have a question about construction. So we have these layers here that I've been zooming in and out on.
Mhm.
If, say, for instance, I start digging here, right here, is it
Yeah.
on this layer going to be just open on the top? So I'd have to keep digging back here.
No, because that will still be a floor/roof. They're
Okay.
considered the same things. If you want to get rid of those, that's what you do channeling for. If you want
Okay.
to like get rid of the topsoil, that is a separate thing called channeling.
All right.
But
So
yeah,
you said a murder hallway. I don't
Yeah,
remember if you used that specific word, but I want that. Badass. Crazy Frog is going to be very appropriate for this. But heck, you crazy beast.
oh my gosh.
Luna, yes, please do. Yeah, just pop her on the inside. She'll come and bug me, and I'll get hammered by a dog. But I have snacks ready.
Hell yes. I don't want to tell you like how to design your fort or anything like that too much, but
I
there
like
are
that
just,
idea of a murder hallway. That makes sense to me.
there are safety and best practice things to kind of keep in mind.
Mhm.
What I would personally do is dig into the mountain a little bit, dig a 5x5 place that you can just have people meet up at. You'll put a trade depot there eventually, and have a stairwell going down a few layers from that, and then have your murder hallway, and just keep your main central stairwell disconnected physically from however you get into the fort. I also like having trapped hallways and stuff. Trade caravans cannot move over traps, so that's why I put them first, and then I have like a murder hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Your murder hallway can be on the same level too. I do that sometimes, but just the more you keep like your actual main arteries away from the entry points, the better, and the more things you put in front of them, the safer. I like also having my barracks as physical things to walk through to get to the fort, so that way the only way in is where my most of my military is.
Okay.
I also will put like cage traps on the opposite side of the trade depot, because they don't have to. The wagons don't have to go in any further than the trade depot, and that can be outside if you really want it to.
Okay.
But in general, 2x2 or 2 or 3 tile wide hallways, so people don't have to like walk around each other. And your caravans have to have a 3 tile access point. So if you do decide to put your trade depot, which is a 5x5 tile building, in the mountain, make sure that there is a gap big enough to get in there.
All right.
But those are the main things to keep in mind. Otherwise, it's just however you think industries should be together. Brewing and farming, I like to have together, because like they'll have to carry those plump helmets to the stills, and then the stills will have to be, they'll have clutter if they don't have their own stockpile, so you need to think about where you want your dwarves to actually drink. But keeping like industries together is a good idea.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
I will have like I will personally, what I would do is dig down once you finish your murder hallway, and also start a stairwell going up to, and just kind of see how much of this mountain is actually dirt instead of rock.
Right.
Because that says loam. Loam and clay and silt are all considered dirt, so you can farm in there probably.
All right.
You might even be able to get a farm going in like that little alcove there or something like that, because sticky outy bits from mountains tend to be more eroded and be more dirty in general.
Okay.
But it's very crucial to just have some access to arable land, like actual dirt. But otherwise, yeah, that's
Crazy Frog. Okay.
I'm a gummy bear. Yes, I'm a gummy.
So I'm just kind of listening.
Yeah.
I have a question. We were on building the stairwell before, but I want to just build like into the mountain first and then over.
Sure.
So I was thinking like either you said too wide. This looks like too wide to me.
That
Oh,
would work.
here comes the dog, everybody. I might turn on the dog over Deems so I can pet and give her treats and stuff. But I am going to be.
Homie, I can see your doodle.
You can see my doodle. Oh God, I thought I put it. Oh no, I'm wearing pants. You're good. Hi, Lovey. Oh my goodness, you're a
Oh my
chili dog.
gosh.
Hi. Um. Oh. Give me a second, folks. I'll be right back. I want to make sure. What are
Dogs are
pants?
important.
I only wear pants because my office is outside, and the neighbors look at me funny if I don't wear them. So I'll be RB. 1 second, folks.
Arrararr. Hello. You're stuck with a pool noodle. A tree ferret. It's very cool to get to talk to y'all. I see y'all in other friends' streams and in my streams sometimes. I'm really excited to be able to share this with y'all. Squeak, squeak, squirk. Dook, 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 dook. Awa? Oh.
Whoa! I'm back, everybody. How was it running a second stream all on your own? So tell me, are you ready to take over the Silly Coyote?
Sure, boss. Yeah, yeah.
So what we got to do? What we got to do is make sure. Can you do? What's your best quill? Do your best quill.
um, I don't have a quill voice.
Oh, okay. We'll work on that. How about a Seriana? Do you have a Seriana?
I don't think I've even met Seriana yet.
Hmm. Very
I'm not a good
goblinish.
coyote. Help.
Have you met Matthias? I don't think you have.
I don't think I've met Matthias either.
Wah. Wah. It's E.
Wah.
E-H. E. Sports. It's in the game.
It's on the game where you have to be met.
Still can't hear the music. I have it lower so you've got two competing voices, so I wanted the music to be a little lower today, but
Also, the music in this game doesn't play constantly either. It comes in and out based on like cues and stuff like that.
No,
There's
I
also
meant-
interludes and things like that.
I meant the Spotify
Oh,
stuff.
your Spotify's not
I think
working,
that's what Thanos is talking about. I know it is a little bit lower today. Oh yeah, don't hit the okay, this is crash button. It will crash it again. I like that this is just hobbled together and it's like, hey boss, I'm falling over. And it's like, no, just don't. Just ignoring like the falling over command. This is such a coyote like stream. Coyote coded as hell. So what I was gonna say,
Sure.
Well, you calm down right away. You can have a treat. Also, I forgot to turn on the things. Never mind. You can't have a treat until somebody redeems it. How's that? Suffer. Dog.
Dog.
Pet the aerial doggo. Enable. Treat the doggo. Enable. There we go. Dog redeems are on. I still don't have the doggo cam set up. I need to figure that out. It should be a lot easier now that I've got this secondary camera. EA Sports killed your garden. Yes, Solar Flare, you're right. Okay, treat for the doggo and pet the IRL doggo. Come here. You gotta come here. Come here. Hello. There you go. Girl. Good girl. The treat, the pets are from Monster Club. The treat is from Tori and Jim. Okay? Enjoy. She said thank you in dog language. She was so gentle about taking it from me. I think she's confused on being thrown in here with me. She's usually comes in with me, so like actually being on the outside and being like thrown in here and the door shut behind her, and she's like, "Wait, I'm discombobbled." Have I seen the Raven go gwah? Yes. Loki, I want to say, is the name of that Raven. Wah. Wah. Yeah, I want to say that one's Loki. I like learning famous animal names. I do that better than celebrities, like Apollo and the coyotes. There was Weave the coyote, which is where all of our yards come from, and then there's like Scooter, and Scooter's
Scooter.
Scooter's a real jerk, but he's like a sweetheart jerk. He just growls and like makes a lot of noise. And then Scout was a fennec for a bit, but was constantly screaming. Scout.
What's Phoenix do?
As they wanting to do. Don't tell it's okay to crash. You know that's fair. Just keep working. It's like, boss, I really need to go. I'm bleeding something fierce. And it's like, that's nice, Steve. I'll see you Monday. Does that mean I could go? See you later, Steve. So this regular mining one, if I click in here and just say like this, I start to expand this hallway, right? And available miners will start mining that.
Correct.
Oh God. Oh God. No, don't. Oh God. There we go. Click that.
You can make designations span multiple levels. Yeah.
Just dig a pit.
Just dig a pit.
It's fine. We'll get into that for lava traps and stuff later. So what I was thinking of with this area here, oh God, right, I can do this. So I was thinking, you said depot. I figure this is like a good area for a trade depot here.
Oh yeah, it's only
big?
5x5.
5x5? Oh, yeah, right here then.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for an extra something or other.
Sure.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and another 6, just because I like squares.
Sure.
Thank you for being patient with me. So what I was thinking, I'll just draw out what I was thinking, and then I could delete all this crap later if it sucks, right?
Yeah, you can always just de-designate this. Remember that caravans need a 3x3 or a 3 wide thing.
I thought you said 2x2.
No, I'm sorry. For the wagons, it has to be 3x3. If you do that, you're not gonna have a wall there.
Yeah. Cancel? Oh, God.
Yeah, you can just right-click to cancel stuff too.
At which point should I do here?
Yeah, you can do that if you want. Now you have 2 openings in your fort, though.
Yeah, I was gonna delete the other one.
Okay, yeah, that's fine too. Yeah, now that can be your murder hallway, or the start of it at least.
Well, hold on. Let me go over here. If I do, I'd have to do this if I was doing it this way, right? But it's still a 3x3 opening.
Yeah,
Wait.
yeah. And for the little bit going in,
this will all be cleaned out.
Too.
The angle will be cleaned out.
Yeah. But you need 3 more or 4 more tiles above there though. It's 3 wide going up, but 2.
So Like this?
No, go back down.
Okay. Did
Do you
that.
see how the path is 3 tiles up and then it becomes 2 tiles when it starts going right?
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying.
yeah,
Yeah.
they can't get in that way. There you
Haha.
go.
Oh, I understand. No. So what I was thinking from here on out, either branching off this way for the fortress, and going through the barracks, you said, was a good idea?
Yeah, you can have that either in the way or just like near the opening.
Okay.
And just remember to leave anything you want a wall.
Yeah, Apollo, the African gray that says, touch purple. Shock. Those kind of ones.
Truck!
We have those. We have those in the noise bank somewhere, but haven't run across them yet.
This is a
Pass.
schrock.
Clask. Clask. Yeah, touch purple. Yeah, we have those.
A ballpoint banana.
A ballpoint banana. Have you seen the Batman movie? Hold on. The Burt Ward and Adam West one?
No.
Oh, it is delightful. I think it came out in the 60s. It was like 66 or something like that. It is a amazing show. Oh my gosh.
I watched the 60s series, but I didn't know there was like a movie.
There's a movie. And it is
Holy shit.
phenomenal. I went through the entire thing and cut out so many audio tracks out of it because it is so funny. I was cracking up laughing. It is so like silly. It feels like it knows itself was a meme back then and made
Right.
fun of itself in every single moment. All right, let me continue to figure out how to design this thing. Are there anything else that I should have on the outside?
You'll need to post your grazers
Gross.
outside, but you do this with a pen and pasture zone.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to really worry about that unless you just want to build like fences and stuff to keep them safe.
Mhm.
But yeah, certain animals need access to grass. They can't stay inside.
Okay.
Other than that, though, as long as the trade depot is accessible, that's the only main thing you need to worry about.
All right. So let me try to figure out the rest of this. I'm just gonna block in stuff here for a bit.
Sure, yeah.
How big does the barracks need to be?
I would make it like maybe like 10 by 10 or something like that, because if they're too close to each other, they can start hurting each other in sparring.
Oh, okay.
Like someone might just like take a swing at someone and miss and just happen to like stab someone else. So big barracks are good, and they also double as like temporary meeting places. I like to stick a bunch of beds in an otherwise unfurnished and unfinished barracks, just to have
Mhm.
like a dormitory before I start building my actual domiciles, my apartments and stuff like that.
Okay. All right, I'll kind of start figuring this out. During the filming of that, so we went to a Comic-Con and met you know, as much as you meet somebody at a Comic-Con, Burt
Mhm.
Ward and Adam West, they had this was obviously years ago. And they were sharing stories about working on that, and they had zero care for Burt Ward. Poor kid. They like there's a scene where they ride up in the Batcycle and Robin is inside the sidecar, and they roll up with him, but they do this maneuver where the Batcycle goes off to the left and the sidecar goes off to the right. Hi, Dicky, 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 Dicky. Happy lurking. Goes one goes off to the right, one goes off the left. The bat cycle has all of the controls, and when they detach the bats like the sidecar, they detach it with no driving mechanism, no safety protocols. They just fucking launched him like a bullet.
Fuck you, Boy Wonder. Good luck.
It's so funny that they actually made it work somehow. He didn't die. Yeah, so they did that. Oh my god, he shared war stories about dealing with that.
Goodness.
So I got a 10 by 10 here. I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, one for extra
can-
protocol.
Hit the eraser down there, and you
Mhm.
can remove things if you need
Okay.
to.
So 1, it was, I thought I counted 5 and then 5 here. I did. I just counted wrong the first time. That
I have
is,
literally never seen a mountain this sexy before. Like, there's so much loam and shit to work with here.
well,
I have to make like weird spider forts to get to arable land sometimes.
nice. I'm glad I picked a good spot then. Don't forget to dig pooping holes. You know what? I think the dwarves have that in their rooms. It's like they're basically prison cells. I'm not going to tell them that's what they are, but that's what I'm designing them like.
Weirdly, bathing is a mechanic, but actual like duty calls are not.
Oh, good. They didn't think about pooping. Got it.
They thought about being covered in like giant cicada ichor
Uh-huh.
and like molten god of the blood of the gods, and like um fucking evil rain that turns you into a slime thing, but like no bowel movements though.
Oh, ads are running. God, shit, we ran right through when we were supposed to go. How are you doing, by the way?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm having a lot of
Ow!
fun.
They threw a rock at me or an apple. I don't know. It's hard to identify things when they hit you in the face. Oh God, what the hell happened to the music?
Yeah,
The music
music's
is
still not
gone.
working.
It was working earlier. Is this part of that crash? Okay. Ow. Okay, backed it up a little bit. I hear it just fine, but it seems to be not doing its thing. Blah, 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 blah. Filter. No, what the hell? Property. Oh, it's under audio. What am I doing? Spotify. Okay, let's see if that worked. What's wrong, sweetie? Is it too hot in here for you too? Yeah, it's gotten hot. It's because I've been sitting in here breathing with two like computers in a small space for several hours. Ow! Let's see. I had a brain cell a second ago. Where did it go? You rattled it loose. Not that one. I need my friend. Yeah, nothing? Nothing. I'm not getting... It's supposed to be there. That's so weird. I think this is part of the crash. It's slowly dissolving.
Oh no.
Because Spotify is running, it's attached to the right audio file, but because Spotify, OBS, I'm crashing for feck's sake. Yeah, everything's good. I can't fix anything harder. Transition there. Sorry, guys. I can't get music to work. What I can do is a backup, see if music runs through YouTube or something. Whoops, wrong keyboard. I need a new thing that's just like wrong key input device instead of wrong layer. Now everybody's mad at Honey. Cool. What's a good 10-hour mix? Like a DMC free, no, Dwarf Fortress music.
Just listen to the original 11-minute nylon guitar loop.
Hell yeah. 10 hours. Let's go. Oh, this is lovely. Rain. Click on that one. There we go. At least we got some music for you guys Sorry, I don't know what's happening. Probably dissolving. Sketched Web, hello, welcome on in. And Alec the Cat, welcome, welcome. Hello, both of y'all. How are you doing, beasts? We're finally to Dwarf Fortress and starting to carve out things. Yeah, now that I'm looking at this, I kind of want to move it down just a bit. So, like, this hallway is just like a big T section instead of this goofy nonsense. Dig, right?
And like I said, dirt is incredibly fast and easy to mine through,
Ow.
and it will level everyone up really fast, too.
Okay, good to know. Let me see if I can turn down the music for myself because, oh my god, it is loud. No, I cannot without turning it way down for you guys. Why does OBS work like this? Oh, there it goes. That was too low for me. Happy balance somewhere in there. I had everything balanced for Spotify. This is why Spotify is going to go. Well, it's not the only reason, but fair enough. There we go. Sorry, guys. I saw it moving a while ago, but I guess it wasn't. I'll probably just refund everybody's music for today. Except for you trolls. I heard some of those. How you doing, Sketched Web? Welcome on in. You're a bit late, Squints. What do you mean the snacks are gone? Welcome on in. You came in on the raid with Pythos. All right, what else is something we should build? So I'm trying to get the context of like how to lay this out. So we've got the trade depot. We've got a big old barracks area that like is in a like area that's going to the main fortress. Do we have to lay it out? Can like are plump helmets one of those things we would mine deep into the mountain, or does it matter? Just where it needs sand. That's it.
Plumb helmets, they just have to be anywhere that it's not like actual solid rock. Which the first few layers of this mountain seem to be. So realistically, you could put your. You won't know until you actually start digging into this place to know like how far the dirt goes.
Okay.
I would either have your farms like on a Y level, like above or below, as long as there's dirt to do it.
Okay.
Or just off the barracks somewhere. Like, don't connect the hallway to the barracks. Like, have another hallway so that the barracks is still the only way into the fort. But yeah, like something like that.
Do dwarves need like 2 hallway, 3 hallway?
Two is best. Yeah. 1, and they will literally have to take time to slide past each other. Any more than 2 is not necessarily. I mean, it's not necessary. It just kind of helps with pathfinding in high traffic areas. I make my biggest, highest traffic corridors 2 or 3, and then the rest just 2.
I guess.
Safe.
Oh, it always stresses me out when a game's like, "What do you want to name this save?" The fuck should I know? Just save the damn thing. Give me details later. It always takes too many brain cells to save. Question for the Seamus, or for you, Seamus. Is that an Intel 13 or 14? No, this one is a 9. The one that's you're currently looking at a Dwarf Fortress is an Intel 9. I think it's that late. I hope it's not an 8 or something older. It's an ancient computer by like technology standards. You calm down, music. I see that level jumping up to like where we keep voices. Let us name lettuce. So we saved. Let's name our dwarves.
Sure.
I think it was Ubel that we wanted to name Frail. This is the dancer. So this one's going to be Sisyphus, right? Sisyphus. I believe that was all the names. Koyos do have limited brain cells. There's only so much room extra in here for all the like personalities and then the freaking brain cells left over. There's only so much like allocated to me. All right. All requests, where are we at? Name a dwarf. There it is. 8 requests so far. Fulfi was the first 4 hours ago. So Sisyphus was definitely this one. Nobody else gave any feedback, so we're going to do that. And Sisyphus, that's it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, good. Because I just right-click and it's good. Oh, yeah, there we go. Fish. Art is life. Ain't it so? There we go, Tori and Jem. We named yours. Let's go back to our dwarves. Combat ready one. We want one that's named Fulfi. Fulfi, are you wanting combat ready dwarf? You want your combat dwarf?
Do you want to kiss that cougar?
You named your Fallout 2 save Johnny Adventure and decided that this was his name. But before that, it started as name your file for about half an hour. Yeah, butchering is a living. Fair enough. But art is life. Googer.
A googer.
We discussed
our speech today.
We said what a googer was before, and I forgot.
It's cougar spelled in the Spruto-Spard thing.
Oh, okay.
It's an old ass meme. Colon D about everything.
I'm so, like I'm old, but I also missed a huge chunk of existence. So I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, where was I at? Oh, that's right. I'm not loud out very much. It's fine. It's a living.
Also, another streamer I follow tried out Dwarf Fortress and it got attacked by cougars and was just like, a cougar? That's your speech today? And like, it became a thing, and now I can't stop thinking of Googer every time I encounter wild cats in Dwarf Fortress.
I think I'm going to name this one Gwen. It feels like a Gwen.
Gwen.
Unless NJ's still here. NJ normally slips off to go stream. Despite having an amazing art style and everything, tends to not do art on stream. Just art for stream.
I need to do a art stream finally, work on my emotes.
Yeah, that would be cute. They're real fun to watch because Garflin's done that. We've done all of our emotes basically on stream, except for a couple of them because, like, the Koyoli WoW, that one was done in, like, a sketchbook, and then we inked it, like, the day before. And then our Olio ones were done just... Seriana was watching somebody stream and just randomly thought that was funny, and so did it. Because we have a bunch of animated emote slots that we're overthinking. And she's like, no overthink, just do. That wasn't a bad Seriana impression.
Oh, wow.
Gwen here thought surrounding yourself with friends you can and you trust, and you can be unstoppable. That's ain't that the truth?
That's how I've been feeling this entire year.
Yeah.
Now that I actually have a healthy friend group and a functioning support system.
Hell yeah. Here's to that, man. All right, so we've got Gwen named. Where? Oh, actually, this one is stupid, isn't it? Because disdains knowledge and poor memory. I feel like somebody would name this poor beast stupid. Not me. I'm not the one asking for the name to be stupid.
Dumb of ass.
Stupid. Kit, there's that one. Fulfi was in there too. I'm trying to think. I think Fulfi's going to be the combat one. Back here. Fulfi, the militia leader. Oh, fick. I'm getting used to the interface. Here we go. Here we go. We're getting there. Poor memory, low willpower, proud, emotionally distant. I don't know. That one feels like a disease to me. So let's name that one. What was the name again? It was Treponema Okay. Trap. Trap is his nickname. Trep, the trooper. Broker. Oh, broker. When the next one was Fulfi, because that was the first one that got added in there. What is Zon here? Zawdaz.
Zardoz.
Oh, you're doing good.
Next to you is chosen one. The gun is good.
Venus is evil. It shoots seeds that spread across the world.
The penis shoots seeds from which new life grows to poison the earth with
That's
the
what
plague
it
of...
is. It's like that's the only sound redeem on your thing there, except for tuk 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 tuk.
I'm currently working on two more things. I have two redeem ideas. One
Okay.
is the bit from Deep Space Nine where Odo transforms into a dog.
Uh-huh.
The other is a clip from a King Crimson concert where Adrian Belew summons seagulls with his guitar and gets attacked by them. And he entertains himself so much he can barely sing the next line without laughing. It's such a good bit.
Good. Zardoz mentioned. Yeah, Kagan, Pine Martin Zeke here has a Zardoz redeem. God, I want to watch that. It's been
Me too.
Jeez, I mean, like 15 years since watching that. Over 15, I'm sure.
Are you ready for Sean Connery in a diaper and a gun? With a gun?
I wake up ready for that. I mean, it's got to be so better than some of his movies. Just like, just say some racial slur or something.
Yeah.
It's like, Sean, calm down. What was the one? Bringing a knife to a gun battle. I remember that one, and I'm just like, oh, damn it. Why do I have to remember this stuff? There are so many interesting facts out there my brain immediately releases, but it's like, any random quote from American Psycho, it's got that nailed down. It knows that forever. I will be 90 and able to quote that movie.
Nice. Now let's see Quill's card.
What's that?
I said, nice. Now let's see Quill's card.
How was the nap? Welcome back, Pythos.
I study Japanese, and when I learned about the whole business card game you have to play,
Yeah.
I could not stop thinking about that whole bit from American Psycho.
Right. It's like, oh, yeah, like with the different textures and stuff.
Yeah, admiring the textures, and like you're supposed to outright say, "Oh, I like the texture of this card," and like the printing you used, and it's like it's
Oh,
just
is this
that
linen?
scene.
Is this linen 50 count? Or the hell it was? Like, I've had to deal with that world, and most business people do not care. Most people do
Right.
not care because that was like very specifically like that 80s generation of like stockbrokers and
Yeah.
what do you do for a living? Murders and executions. Oh, I knew somebody else was in mergers and acquisitions. So this one's did I name Fulfi already? No, I didn't. Fulfi. Actually, technically, it did say me. Should I just make it me? Be goblin about it. It is. This is just me. Capital letters, so I don't get confused. It's legally distinct. Oh, I mean, I have no way of telling until Fulfi pops back in. So that one's complete. Tori's been Sisyphus. We named the disease. We know it's Brocker. Brocker's a good dwarf name.
Brocker.
Farmer here, woodcutter. I feel the woodcutter is Brocker.
Tobal is an interesting character in general. Brocker.
Brocker. Squeaker McGee. Thank you, Luna, for being absolutely adorable all the time. Always. Ow! Let's give him a good name. This just feels like values introspection, disdains romance. This feels like Squeaker McGee. What do you think? As the
Hell yeah.
like the resident squeaker.
Uh-huh.
No!
Oh, it's okay, Thanos. Did you want this one? You should have redeemed it. I'm sorry. We ran out of dwarves. We have one more name than we have dwarves. Squeaker McGee. You know what? The funniest thing to me about the name McGee, it's really like, okay, Bobby McGee and everything like that. It's fine. It's just a name you see. But like, Mac means like son of, like grandson of. It's like just a legacy name. Like O is like O'Brien is like son of Brian, son of Brian.
Yeah.
So Mech means there was a guy named Gee. G. What's up, G? Gee
My
out
dad was
there.
a real G.
Yeah, right. You know, and it's funny because like he's the OG.
Oh my goodness.
Don't worry, folks. I'll be here all week. Actually, the week's over, so I'm leaving. Goodbye. You thought it was midnight for some reason? Why is it dark out already? Oh, God, it's 5 o'clock. It must be. Or actually, you're probably a little bit later than I am. I used to think like, oh yeah, Pacific Coast, that's the furthest on America you could go. No, you got Hawaii and it's a whole extra hour. Friend of stream, Bates blog, who does a lot of like creative stuff like us. She set her time zone one time and I was like, that I don't understand that time zone because there's like that Hawaiian like time zone thing. And I was like, I don't understand. You're not in Australia. You keep talking about US. Like, where are you? Oh, Hawaii. Right. I remember Hawaii isn't just its own country. It wishes
Right.
it were. And I agree. But
It was originally until we took it over forcefully.
thanks, England. Was that, God, well, who's the guy's name? Cook, right? James Cook?
James Cook, yeah.
Yeah.
James Cook.
And is that James T. Kirk is named after?
God, I hope not.
I want to say that it is, sadly. Okay, let's believe it is not until it is.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to look it up.
He's like just behind Christopher Columbus as far as problematic is. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I hope not.
Yeah. So I have this stuff figured out. They're going to start digging as soon as I hit unpause, right? Are they all going to start digging? Should I worry about anything else while they're digging?
Nope. Everyone who doesn't have a pickaxe, and I think you spawn with extra pickaxes.
Yeah.
Spawned, you embark.
I have like 12.
Oh yeah, no. Everyone will start digging, and everyone else will just kind of meander. The dogs will walk around that area and
Okay.
guard things. And because you have your guy, your spear guy in a squad, he will not grab a pickaxe immediately. He'll grab his spear, hopefully, and stand between you and the Googer.
Okay. We're just going to call it that? Fair enough.
This is the Googer now.
I mean, it is a giant cougar, so Googers goes right along. It all checks out. All right, I'm hitting on pause. Let's do it.
Mining, good. Yeah, they just sail through dirt, even if it's like.
Okay, it looks like
Even
I
if they
got
don't have
into
any
some
levels. Nope,
no
that
more.
still says loam.
Yeah.
That's all arable.
Okay, I paused again. Just cat came in. Somebody dropped their pickaxe.
They might have gotten
Adventure.
thirsty.
Sorry, sound bites are always a thing. All right. So I am curious now. Like I have this exposed, so I can like stockpiles and storage areas, structures.
If you want to build your trade depot, that is under structures.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's the last thing right there. Don't worry about the sprite; they can get in from any angle.
Okay.
You'll use logs for those. You might want to go ahead and designate a few extra trees to be felled, just to have extra logs. You only have 10.
Okay. Oh, I don't. Okay. So all
yeah,
of
you'll
it
need
is.
to click for each one, or just click all. Yeah.
All right. So now, how do I designate? I'm gonna pause. Or am I playing? I'm playing.
It's the icon right next to the pickaxe.
Wood.
Yep.
Okay.
And you want to do this close to your wagon as possible.
I'm trying to find where trees are at.
There you are.
Oh.
Yeah. All those are tree trunks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you zoom up, you can see how they develop into the actual tree. Or if you
So I
scroll
just
up,
kind of do that.
Yeah, and it'll designate them.
Oh. Okay.
These are actually fruit trees, so if you if you constructed a step ladder, your dwarves could start picking fruit for extra food. I wouldn't worry about that right now. You have shit tons of food. You also have a river. It seems to be an actual stream and not just a brook, so it won't freeze. So I
Okay.
think you've got fish all year round, maybe. But yeah, you're doing great.
Oh, Aqualux. Watch out for the tentacle monster. Oh no, I've accidentally wandered into range. What'll happen to me? Good. Good. Blessed beast. You wish you had picked a last name. Do you want to now? I'll still allow it. I mean, I'm not going to be a dick about it. You redeemed it. So it was basically just putting things in an order that I can review them when I finally got around to it. 3 hours later. Hi. You want the last name to be McBoy?
Their
Oh, you said
family
lurking.
name will still be a thing.
Ah, okay.
You can change the nickname to anything, but for programming reasons, you can't change that part. If they have the axe over them, they are automatically going to be chopped. Like that's
Okay.
that's.
I was just checking
pre-targeted
what
in
kind of
the
like apricot.
Oh, yeah.
We've got walnut, and then we've got an almond here. And why not this one too?
Mhm.
That seems like it's a lot of wood because it goes upwards too, quite a bit.
Yeah, these are fairly developed trees. The biggest trees you can see actually are 2x2 tiles.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few on the edge.
Yeah, I see
over there.
these, and I saw one up here.
Yeah.
So, the fishing. How do I get a guy to fish?
He'll just do that.
Okay, that's why he
you can
has fish
set-
on the brain.
Yep, you can set a designated zone for it, but otherwise he'll just pathfind to the nearest body of water and start fishing.
Okay. Yeah, it says he's fishing currently.
Yeah,
And these two have new jobs. Well, he'll have a job because he's a lumberjack, but he's a lumberjack and he's okay. I had to go there. You played Age of Empires 2, right?
Oh yeah.
And you probably
Played
played
the
as like the Celts and the Norse. That's-
Argele. Tå, kjær, bisvir.
Timberhawk van die. I have those. I have some of those sound bites because Blue Zest was like talking about that. I was like, wait a minute, Folgera? How do you know that way? How do you know Folgera? Folgera? And he said that one time. Whoa, lo, lo. Somebody was saying that's like basically our name, the Koyolio.
Wooloo.
Wololo.
Oh, that's an even deeper cut.
Erectus, Somus, Rogan, Omas.
God, you remember them all. Holy crap. It's what it's like
I
to
remember
have.
AoE 1.
What's that?
I said I remember AoE 1.
Yeah, I kind of do too. But like when 2 came out, that was one of the first games we got like on our own and all ahead of time. Like that was like, God, that had to have been like, was it high school era, middle school? God, it was forever ago now. But that one was like, oh my God, it must have been high school because like ran down to Walmart and got that as like, oh my God, what a game. Had so many fun games. Like that was one we'd play online occasionally. And we didn't play fair. I forgot what game mode it was. Basically, it was just like you had to be the last to survive. So what we did was take a single villager and
Oh my god.
burrow them into like the side of the
Oh yeah, you just send a villager into the trees and he lives there now.
Yeah.
And you win.
He just like went back into the back corner and like just tucked himself away, and they're like, we had one person just freaking leave because they were so frustrated after killing everybody.
Oh my god. I was 2 when Age of Kings first came out.
Oh my God, really? BB?
Bubba.
I swear that's what, like, when it first came out, that was one of the games we got. I might be mistaken. When did it come out?
1999, September 30th.
God, I was in 6th grade, so no, I certainly didn't do that. Really? I'm shocked. What was the hell was I thinking then?
Are you thinking of 3?
No, wait, at this
3
point I
came
don't
out
know.
in 2005.
I can't remember. I thought it was that game, but I had to look at our games again. Like we still have it. We still have the stupid box game.
I bought box games still. I remember those.
I have my original like Diablo 1. And then I had the battle chest after that, which like had Diablo 2 and like all of its expansions that were available at the time, and
Hell yes.
Diablo 1.
I had the gold edition of Age of Empires. It was Age of Empires Gold Edition, which was just all of 1 and 2 and all of their expansions. I had Command and Conquer: The First Decade, which was a giant ass multi-disc box of every Command and Conquer game. Until like 3 at least, because 3 wasn't out yet, but it was all of Generals and RE2 and 1 and all of them. I have fond memories of big boxes.
Is this
So yeah, that's actual cavern floor.
okay?
You will not be
Okay.
able to grow anything on that.
All right.
Since that just starts there, though, you probably got like a lot of silt on the side to work with.
Okay. I'm curious, are there any things that, besides dwarves, that tear down cave walls?
Not walls, no.
Okay.
Doors and fortifications can be destroyed by any creature with the building destroyer tag. That is mainly trolls and like giants and ettins and the semi-mega beasts. Um, nothing not that I know of can like actually burrow through a solid wall. Enemies can shoot through your own fortifications though, and I'm trying to think of other like caveats. Do you also remember that two walls at a diagonal does not create a solid gap? Enemies can move through diagonal gaps.
Okay.
So uh
I was curious about like this here.
yeah, they can get through that. If you just had two like diagonal from each other, they would still be able to slip through like the infinitesimally small bit where they connect, you know?
Mm-hmm. I
Be-
was
It'd be like it'd be like if mobs could pass through diagonal fences in Minecraft, you know?
mm-hmm.
Or like diagonal walls that way.
Okay.
Yeah, corner crossing.
So I had
Other than that, sorry.
damn it, I just lost it. Brain, you
Oh.
could hold on to something for like 5 seconds, can't you? Please and thank you. So now what? We've got these guys, and we found that we don't have enough room to grow if this is like going to be the barracks. Like we don't have enough room to grow.
Right. I would suggest digging another room like that underneath the barracks.
Okay.
Because the rock starts right here. You can put your stills on the rocks, and then just actually farm the arable part. You will not need a big farm plot. In fact, you should not build too big of a farm plot immediately because they'll spend so much time sowing it that they just won't do anything else.
Got it. Okay. So if I just treat this hallway as like maybe stairs down here, and then like, do we
Yeah,
want
you
to
could put, like,
spiral it down?
Stairs. So stairs work as up-down tiles on a one given tile. You do not need to build them like Minecraft.
Okay.
So basically, a stair is more of a ladder that can be used from any angle, and does not require support. So what you'll do is you'll click on the stairwell there,
Yep.
and decide how big you want it, and then you will scroll
Wilhelm.
down. You'll scroll the Z levels to actually decide on how far it goes.
Is it a max character length of a dwarf name? I'm just going to say one, like if you could do one word, or if it's like a one or two shorter ones, I would be okay with that. But like, I don't want like, Stabbing McStabberson the third Python of the West or something like that. I don't want that. I'll just take whatever I can out of it. Billy Ballbag. Well, it's actually funny. Like, you were talking about McDonald's being the son of Donald. It's like the grandson of or son of. Like, Mech is like both, whereas like O is like no. Wait, Mech is son of, and O is like grandson of. It's like that kind of thing. I think that's right. I can't quite remember actually. But we had a D&D character named Billy the Bag. And this came about as a log series of weird yes ending. I think one of our D&D Diablo characters was named Billy the Bag. And we had a friend that the whole time we just kind of, poor guy, every time he would make a typo or say something and we misheard it, it was always taken and ran with in the wrong direction, away from what he wanted. Like, Luna's character one time had found a wrapping of incense. Like, somebody had rolled up a bunch of incense and put it in there, like a wrap. We were over Discord, and so Luna had heard rat of incense, and she's like, oh my god, rat of incense, he's gonna smell so good, and I'm gonna keep him, I'm gonna hug him, and I'm gonna call him William J. Toddlebomb. And before the GM could correct, we had a side character.
Oh my god.
And at some point he tried to say bad guy, but it came out of his keyboard like baggy because we were playing a text for a while everybody's life was all over the place, and he tried to say bad guy, and he said baggy. And so we're like, okay, so these are bad guys that are they're bandits, but they're from a band called the Bagglers, because Bagglers, if you guys are old enough, you'll remember at some point that was a branding thing that Burger King had done. They wanted the fries that fall into a bag are called Bagglers.
I'm not calling them that.
Okay, you don't have to. I will call them Bagglers forever.
It just just sounds like something I'm not supposed to say.
Okay.
Like there are nonsense words that feel like they're
It is
you know
absolutely
what I mean?
100%.
Like
Okay, we've got too many names. We've got too many names for a dwarf. So I'm going to put the pause on the dwarf thing, and I'll let you guys know when it's available again.
so put pause on the dwarves, so they're actually badgers now?
Yeah. No, they
Wow,
just
wow,
got
wow.
bare paws.
Oh.
That's how they mine things with their bare hands.
They got little diggies.
Okay, so how does the digging of the things work? I just click here, and they do it the same
well,
way. Oh, they
Make
have
it
to be
however big you want it, yeah. Make it however big you want it, and then span multiple elevations. Also, you're still on digging mode.
Oh, I
You're
had
still on
clicked
digging
away. I had clicked it, and then I went away. So I could just do this and then down like that.
Well, I'd make it a little bit bigger. I make mine like 2x2 or 3x3s. Remember that this is a whole stairwell. You're not making the flights of stairs. You're just making a tube.
So 3x3 like that.
Yeah, if you want to do that.
Let me go
There's
this
just
direction.
more space for them to get around. Here you go.
No, that's the wrong direction. I want it to go down like that.
Yeah, not too far down yet because you might breach the first layer of caverns accidentally.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I just want to go down one and go over and like plot
Yeah.
in about the same area. I keep going up instead, trying to go like here and mine some more. Trying to see where does that start.
There's no right or wrong way to design it, but like everyone builds everything based on a central stairwell. That's just kind of like the zeitgeist of Dwarf Fortress, is just centering everything on a stairwell, but you can design it however you want. Back in the day, pathfinding and certain things like that were actually like things we had to keep in mind because of how much resources this game draws from your CPU, especially.
Mm-hmm.
So like we would think about central staircases and pathfinding and branches in ways that would be friendly to the CPU, and some of those just stuck as like best practices.
Okay.
But nothing I say is absolutely the best or the most proper way to do it. It's just that there's a lot of things based on the actual programming psychology of dwarves that people who've been playing for a while have adopted.
Mm-hmm.
And the central stairwell is just like one of those things. You can have multiple ones. You can have your fortress like all on one Z level if you really want to. Some people do that. You can play it like RimWorld. You'll develop like your own style of fortress building and stuff like that too. Because I do this thing where around my stairwell I have like a 9x9 area that's just goods that people need to grab really often, like drinks and food. Because they're always going to be going through the stairwell anyway, I might as well just like have important things right there. So there's always booze and food like around the stairwell, and sometimes I'll make like food storage silos that take advantage of multiple levels.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said before, time and distance are resources in this game too.
So I got these little guys here, the mudstones. How do we move those? Are they
Those you can. They're not hurting anything right now. They'll be moved if they are in the way of something.
Mhm.
You will build with those. That is basically like this game's
Oh.
equivalent of cobblestone floating on the ground after you mined.
Okay. Okay.
Um, the stones can either be used as is or turned into blocks, which are way easier to move. Weight is calculated for every single thing in this, and it will moving stones, especially without a wheelbarrow. Fuck me, I'm doing it again. Will take some time. Um, that's why I said, don't embark with them, but maybe make some wheelbarrows
Okay.
pretty soon. But
Turns
in
out
general,
going down, there was just nothing but rock.
I mean that's fine. You'll need the rocks, and you'll need to put stuff in these places too. I would build a carpenter's workshop real soon too, so you can get some beds.
Okay. All right. So I
Um,
probably won't do this then. Don't want to do that. So okay. We've got upstairs. We've got this guy. Go downstairs, and we have.
mhm.
I don't know. I was carving out for a mine, but a farm. So I could go
well,
this
this
way.
is
and-
stone, so you can't farm on this.
Right. No, I was trying to go down, and that was what I was doing.
I see what you mean.
I was hoping that going down would just be loam right underneath this, but
Right.
it wasn't.
Personally, if I was going to put a farm anywhere, it would be just like right under the barracks in that spot. Have another door from the stairwell and just put it under there.
Okay.
Because yeah, if you do something like that, it's still behind your murder hallway in your barracks, so it should be fine. And you'll want some space for this because you'll need a still is 3 tiles by 3 tiles, and then you'll need like a 5 by 5 farm plot on top of that.
Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, my other dwarves digging. No job. What are you doing, Brocker? Oh, he's not cutting?
You're still paused, so he might be just like doing something else.
Well,
right
I
now.
had been like unpaused for a little while.
Oh. It's sometimes it just says
Oh,
that if they're still like
He ran
tasking
out of trees
themselves,
to
like,
chop.
oh, he's just done already.
I guess I could just deforest this whole area.
You could. You'll need the wood eventually.
Yeah. I'll clear out like the area in front of here.
Mhm.
This is my role-playing brain. I was like, okay, no, I'm not going to clear out everything because we want the trees to conceal our entrance from our enemies. I don't even think that's how it works. They just kind of know.
Line of sight is a thing.
Oh.
Line of sight and stealth are things depending on like that's what that observer skill is for, actually. That's the main thing it's for.
Why are you being mean, Thanos? Latrine after Quill? Why would we name that? Vicar. Sid Meier's Pirates. I loved that game. So, ages ago, Sega Genesis had an online element where you could rent games and borrow games from, God, I can't even remember what it was called, like Sega Gold or something like that. I can't remember. But it had a game. I didn't have it. My friend had it, and we played Pirate Gold, an ancient game by now.
Oh shit.
It kind of had very similar vibes to Sid Meier's Pirates. And so when that Sid Meier's Pirates came out and like my brother had it and we played the shit out of that game. We came up with lore based on how the ships actually move in that, which is very not canonical or realistic, but very fun to play. Loved that game. It is very silly and cartoonish. I'd actually play that on stream sometimes because we still have 2 copies of it. You're funny, Thanos. I'll name the latrines after Thanos. There, got him. Oh, we're back to loam. We got loam now.
Hey.
Where did my dwarves go? Oh, they done digged. They done dogged. Okay, so I'm kind of curious about like exploring this little space now.
Yeah, if you wanted to use that for your farms instead, that works too. And like I said, put the stills if you. I mean, again, you don't have to do any of these things, but putting the stills on the stone. You know, if you got like patchy bits of that, you can put the actual stills there and save the arable land for the farm plot.
Mm-hmm. So
The
like,
farm plot is built like a building, like everything else, by the way.
okay. Um, at which point the stills, like being close to it, they don't need to be on loam. They would be on this soil. That's what you were saying just now. Or the stills
Loam
don't
is
need to be on.
soil.
They, I was trying to get that.
Oh. Okay.
So they don't need to be on the soil, right?
No. They can just be. They're any building. They can go anywhere. Yeah.
Cool.
And I just realized too, you might have a lot more loam down here because of the river. You may find that.
I'm not done with you. Come back here. I was just testing
This
the
big
area.
chunk
You
down
can come
here.
back here. Oh yeah, look at that. Nice.
Yeah, you might have a huge farm opportunity down here, actually.
Oh, of course we're not going to build that this early. God, look at you guys.
A
You guys are
farm?
going now. Oh well, like
You
not
should.
like a large farm.
Oh, not a huge one. But I would get plump helmets in the ground.
All right, so we've got some. Let's assign our farmers to working.
Sure.
Uh,
That is under. So that's under workshops for some reason.
Fair enough. Farming.
And under farming.
Okay.
And farm plot is the first thing there. And you can just designate that. Like I said, like a 5x5 is real good to start with.
I lost count. I think that's it.
Oh, you might want to make that bigger. That's just 1x5.
I was trying to just do it in layers, but I guess I didn't do it.
Oh, you shouldn't do it like that because each one will be a separate thing that you'll have to plant seeds for. It'll have its own menu.
Oh, okay. So I wouldn't do
actually,
this.
so go ahead. You can't erase it like that. So click on it itself.
Okay.
Click on the farm plot itself. It's a building, not a designatable. Just yeah.
Weird.
And suspend or cancel construction is what you use to stop things like that from being done.
Okay. Sure. Workshops. Now we're doing
Suspend is
farming.
good if you're like planning on something but you don't want the resources used immediately.
Mm-hmm. Farming. Click farm plot. Right. So there. 1, 2, 2x2, 3x3, 4x4, 5x5.
There you go.
Okay. Oh,
If you ever want to build more things and not have the menu go away immediately, you can also click the keep building after placement option there. That's really good for like furniture and beds and stuff like that.
Sid Meier's Pirates has the, and I'm not sure if it's Sid Meier's. I will change it up every other time just to keep you guys on your toes. Sid Meier's Pirates from 2004 has this mini game where you dance with the daughter of the island's governor. The better you do, the more impressed she is. She affects gets the promotion to the country in said country's navy. Yeah. It's very silly. That got us very good at the 10 key.
Hell yeah.
Doing that. And the fighting is the same way because you can duck or block or lunge. There's all like a lot of different stuff in the combat system, and it was like a rock, paper, scissors sort of thing. And so like you can kind of guess what they're going to do based on their body language. If I remember correct on that one. I know we got really good at the sword fighting, and then like you just spam the hell out of lunge, and they can't do much. They might occasionally block it, but they really can't do much if you're lunging.
Amazing.
It was so fun because it was like a game of tug of war mixed with it was a game of tug of war mixed with the rock paper scissors, because like you could actually do really good at it, and like, oh, I can see he's about to slash, so I'll jump, and or whatever it was at the time, and you could like even block and dodge in ways, but it was just so much easier just to spam the lunge button. But the tug of war portion of it was like, oh, you can push in or pull, like he'll push you back or you push him back, and eventually you'll trip him or knock him overboard or something like that, depending on this random scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and my dwarves are still their paws, so that's good. How do I? So I click on this as soon as they're done with constructing it, which this person's working
She's
on.
finally working on it. Mm-hmm.
All right, so we've got some good stuff here. I think I might put the stills up here. Yeah.
Yeah,
Are they
that'd be a
too?
good idea.
Okay. I was wondering how close something has to be.
It doesn't have. There's no proximity thing. It's just a matter of how long you want your dwarves to walk.
Okay.
There's no like range or anything like that for them.
That's not too far of a walk. They jetted out of this entire area in a second.
That's under farming.
It's still under farming? Okay.
Yep. Right under farm pot still.
Brain. Still. I was looking for brewery. Trying to think how I want to continue on this hallway. Because I'm like,
Right,
do we go up this way? Probably. I mean, it's
I
infinite.
always do that. I always try to build things in modular ways that I can continue to expand with later, you know?
So we've got this river here. Is there anything we can do with that?
Eventually you'll learn how to
Arenator, hi.
route water. You can pump. There's a power system.
Mm-hmm.
So like you can power pumps and various things with it and use water. Dwarves get huge happiness bonuses from waterfalls, so some people like to route a little bit of water in from a stream to like create an artificial waterfall in their dining hall just so everyone's really happy in there. The main thing is you have a source of water and fish that will not freeze, because I think everything but a brook freezes or can freeze.
Okay.
When it comes to running water.
Mm-hmm.
Or can't freeze. Anything but a brook is immune to that if it's still running water.
Okay. Still water freezes and brooks can freeze.
Right, yeah.
Arenator,
like
hi.
puddles and things.
How you doing, Beast? Hello, Yar. Spamming the cannon button, absolutely, because like the city system is like, if you're wanted, it'll attack. If it won't, you can attack it, or like you could still attack it. Either way, but you just hit the space bar, which was like the cannon button, if I remember right, and you could just like attack it and like dodge their bullets all the time. And they're just like, oh no. All right. I think we'll go for another hour if you're okay with it. How are you feeling?
Sure. Yeah, I'm fine. I do need food at some point, though. I haven't eaten a square meal since breakfast.
Let's call it a half an hour, because I didn't realize the ads are about to run. I like to go in between the hour, because then I don't have to worry about ads. For some reason, we were dealing with for a good long while, like the pause button and snooze button on the ads wasn't working. They would just freaking run anyways. They would be like, okay, we're pausing it for 10 minutes. Oh, actually, we just ran it. Sorry.
Sorry. And some people just don't even get the ads.
But yeah, I think we'll go another 30 minutes after the ads, and then we'll raid out to somebody doing maybe the same thing, maybe something else. We've got a lot of friends going, and we normally don't go this long. But we had you here to help me be patient with me. I think I got a pretty good grasp of this now. Like, kind of like, okay, the intricacies of the inner mechanics and stuff is what, like, it's always like, oh, I didn't know this had a freezing system, or
yeah.
You don't get ads because you're subscribed. That's right. I mean, we could turn that function on if you want to have ads. There is a function that says that subscribers even get ads. God, I don't want anybody to get ads. The only reason, like, we say, like, I know the thing is like, hope you enjoy the emotes and ad-free viewing. It's like we don't really care. Ads we mostly pause at, and when I'm playing a game, it's like unless you're missing critical like story, I'll pause and wait for you guys, everybody, to be able to view it. But like most times, like when we're doing art and stuff, we just pause, just go take a break. It's a good time, which is why we have the 3-minute ads every hour, because it gives us enough time to break. Look at that corgi butt. Thanos, I think you're thinking of Sloop of War. That is the best game, the one in the whole game. I could crush anything with that stupid ship. The Sloop of War. So the Sloop and the Sloop of War were both really fast ships. And you could engage in combat with anybody, even though you had much less cannons, because you could just dodge every shot. If you just turn your like as soon as you get that tailwind, you'll like be able to like do backflips around their cannonballs and stuff like that. Oh, that's your friend Cameron.
Hell yeah.
Let me see him. You go troll them a lot. Have I seen Cameron the Corgi around? I've seen I feel like something the Corgi, other than Justin the Corgi. I feel like I've seen something like that. Clearly, of course. That's what we go around and do, is go tease our friends. All right, ads in 15 minutes, folks. Is there any reason I wouldn't just use like mudstone and silt? Are those just better for later constructions, or?
So there's a couple things to keep in mind here. There are such things as economic stones, aka flux stones. These are for making steel, and you
Right.
never want to use these. In fact, you can actually, I think, click an option that prevents dwarves from using economic stones.
What was
for
that
kind of stuff.
again? What button was that?
I think it was in like the labor menus or like the stocks things somewhere. The other thing is they are ordered by distance when you see them in the menu there. And so otherwise it's just a matter of how long, again, you want to wait for something to happen.
Stone use?
Yeah, there's a way of like doing this. This also shows you what each stone actually does.
Dolomite. Make steel bars.
Yeah, dolomite is one of the flux stones. So is marble,
hematite.
limestone?
No, ore of
Hematite's
iron.
is an ore, yeah. And marble, there's 5, I know that.
It's interesting to see what's magma safe. Make steel bars, marble.
Yeah. You can see. I think if you would you see where it says select to use in non-economic jobs, you might be able to like spare those from ever being used for that reason.
Okay, there they go. Select for use in non. Those are all good. And then there's other stone.
Yeah.
Cool.
So some of them are also for making like plaster for casts and stuff. Some of them can be used as alternate sources of clay. Kaolinite is one of them.
Okay.
So there's other reasons for them being economic stones instead of just flux stones, but yeah, just that's the main reason you want to spare those. All this stuff like mudstone, microcline, chert, those are upper level cheap rocks that you can just use for constructions and buildings early on with before you replace them with prettier things or bespoke things.
All right. So, like in this case, there's 19 silts nearby.
Yeah, you see where it says distance 0 next to it? That's you're looking at that siltstone basically. It orders it by distance.
So, if I'm building a still, would there be a reason why I would use stone over wood, or vice versa?
No.
Okay.
No. The only thing is wooden things are flammable.
True.
They're fire can destroy an entire fort instantly, but like it's not something you'll actually worry about because either if you're concerned about fire actually burning shit down, you are either embarking in a place where there are dragons or in a volcano, which you
Mhm.
should be doing like other sorts of embark strategies for anyway. So
Okay.
there's nothing wrong with using wood just for any sort of thing. Um, it is also a value thing, so everything in your fort will add to its total value, and after a certain point, that cumulative value will start getting you attention, good and bad. Um, None of this is a major thing to worry about right now, but like there are value and weight things to think about, and also like flammability and stuff too. But as a general rule, wood and cheap stones can be just be used interchangeably for any kind of like basic workshop.
Okay. So I just build it out of siltstone then.
Yep, and they'll just grab the nearest one and use that.
Okay. This
I highly
dice.
recommend building a carpenter's workshop at
Mhm.
some point, by the way, because you'll need beds. Everyone's going to be complaining about sleeping on the ground soon.
So first, I do military barracks. No.
No, the
Huh.
barracks is just a zone that you'll assign later.
Okay.
And you only have one soldier, so he doesn't really need a barracks right now. If you want to assign that, burrows are an interesting thing. That's for confining dwarves to certain areas outside of like if they're in the military or not.
Right. So that's when you hit the alarm bells, they go into the
Yeah.
tavern and you can lock the doors or something.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. That's the main thing I use it for, but also it's for like if you want to keep certain laborers in a certain area, you can create and nest those things.
Okay.
So if you want to create a, this is a play. That's a barracks. Yeah,
Is that right?
I read that wrong. It was weird.
You scared me. So
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Then that's just good, right?
That'll be
I
a barracks.
hit
You
accept.
can accept that, and you can assign the bright busts to it. That's the default name of your squad. You'll have to
Oh.
do that for them to actually use it. So under there where it says assign above that,
This-
the little there you go. Choose which squads will use this
Oh.
barracks.
Okay.
And then you can click that, and then you can click all those icons for the certain things that they'll do. There's no reason to not select all of them, but if you wanted like a bespoke armory, that's what you
Yeah.
would use that for.
Okay.
Okay, so now your one guy will be training and like congregating in there and like protecting the fort.
Good. Good.
I would do one more thing real quick, and that
Yep.
is assigning a meeting area, or I'm sorry, a pen and pasture there.
Did I?
That's in the under the zones.
That was.
You were just on it.
This zones. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Boy.
And I would make 2 pen and pastures, one over the barracks.
Thought it clicked. Then accept.
Hit accept. And then you can click the bunny icon with the plus.
Mhm.
And I would put your dogs in there, so they will stay in the barracks and guard the way into the fort.
Cool.
I would do another one for your yak bull because that is one of the animals with the grazing tag, and they will need to be over grass at all times, or else they'll starve to death.
Okay.
So you can put another one outside, and a big like pasture in front of your door will help detect enemies too. If a animal gets spooked by like a stealthed kobold or goblin or something like that, it will reveal them for you, and quote unquote dumb animals can alert everyone to the existence of, cloaked or otherwise unknown enemies. Because sometimes the goblins and kobolds can get in and out of your fort and steal babies and steal artifacts and
Oh yeah.
money and shit without even you knowing they were there.
At which point, what do I like? How big should I go? Does it matter with this? Is it
It
like
doesn't super matter.
okay?
The bigger it is, the farther they'll roam, and at a point, if they start to roam out of that area, the dwarves will come and bring them back to the pasture. If a pasture doesn't have any like walls or fences, they'll kind of like meander around it. So if you build it too big or too far out of the way, it might waste time because dwarves will come and periodically drag their animals back to where they're supposed to be.
Okay.
Something like that is perfect, yeah.
Okay.
And you can
And-
resize zones and resize all these things, your stockpiles and such later too.
I take it the horse is a grazer as well?
Yes, the horse is a grazer. I forgot about that.
Okay.
Actually,
Okay. Don't show again. Okay. Okay. What's up?
I was just looking up if horses. Yep, they are grazers. Yeah. Okay.
Put them out to pasture. There we go. Then I click on the zones again. Oh, okay, that's. I was curious if like I could see the zones again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. We've got our barracks. We've got our war dogs put away. We've got our horses. We have anything for the cat? Does the cat like?
Cat
We don't
doesn't need anything. Cat will just exist wherever he wants to, and he'll probably congregate around your food stockpiles when you build them.
Okay. So at which point I probably should have those, yeah? Because otherwise they're
Yeah,
just out in
yeah.
the open right now.
Yeah, and you'll need stockpiles for the barrels to work, and you need the barrels to make sure things don't rot. So yeah, food stockpile pretty early on might be a good idea too. Maybe somewhere around your wherever you expect to have like a dining hall.
Okay. Oh, I'll have to think about a dining hall too, huh? In Spirit had got an ad for the U.S. government, the U.K. government rather, about business support. Okay, well, are you going to start up a business? Hey, Lars,
In
welcome
London?
on in. Yeah, in Spirit's over there.
Oh, I see.
Usually dig down till you hit the cavern layer, and then make a base hiding next to it and never enter it. Fair enough. How you doing, Lars? What are you looking at? What are you looking at, Lars? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Also, you have a combat notification.
I don't want it.
That's fine. That's normal.
Uh-huh.
The crossed swords is
A war
okay,
dog
the
is
war
fighting.
dog was fighting something. Okay, it's the wild boar. I was afraid the cougar attacked is all. But no, the wild boar just got a hair up his ass and decided to go after your dog and regretted it immediately. Oh my
Mhm.
god. All that blue text is good things happening. When you read combat logs, blue and gold text is good and red and purple is bad. That usually means someone got hurt or got killed. You can kind
You-
of just
You don't know why you think Zeke is in the UK. Like, I can't, like, for the longest time, we couldn't figure out where Zeke was at, so we actually had to finally ask. Because it seemed like you were in a time zone that was closer to GMT than us, but then, like, you had weird hours of sleeping that, like, kind of, like, threw us off of, like, oh, wait, hold on, you're going to bed now? Are you in the UK?
I have a very like UK sleep schedule. Yeah, I have a very inconsistent sleep schedule is the thing.
The space floppa exists, maybe, possibly. Is it like this is the same account? Yeah. Also, I love your art. I don't remember it, but I have said today that my brain no thinky good. Words not my thing good. Oh gosh, it's still hot in this office. Now that we've got a dog in here to help accelerate the heat, like the sweltering process. Oh, baby, how are you doing? You've got plenty of water. I know. I tripped on it today. If Zeke follow UK times, that is almost my time zone. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. I know for a long time you were waking up earlier and like you said like at one point you're like, oh, I've got to get food and go to bed. And I looked at the clock, it was like 3 o'clock. And I was like, are you sure?
There was a while where I was getting up at like 9 or 10 p.m. and going to bed at like 3 or 4.
Oh, it's 4 a.m. there. Oh, gosh, it's 6:18 right now. I know because it says 1818. And I was like, that's fun. I had to look again because I was like, as I looked away, the 8 turned to a 6. Thanks, brain. I was like, wait, gosh, it's only 4. Oh boy. All right. So we've got the brewery stockpiles. Now, we were talking about food stockpiles. Is it a good idea? Is it okay just to leave them out and thieves are going to be kind of okay, or is it going to be like
It'll be fine. If there are thieves, they're probably after tools and valuable things and not
Okay.
food. Your food stockpiles, I literally leave them like around the stairwells and like in front of the dining hall just so people can get to them. You don't need to like protect them or anything like
okay?
that.
Fair enough. All right, let's designate a zone for stockpiles, yeah? That makes sense to me. Cuz we've got brewery stuff now and we've got
Yeah.
plump stuff and we've got to get our supplies out of the rain. So I don't know, probably just oops. I
Yeah,
thought
that's a fine place for it.
I thought I clicked the right button, but I didn't. There it goes. This is just stockpiles. How do I do this?
You click the start a new one every time. That's what that button does. Yeah.
Oh, so
And then
something
you
like
paint
that.
that like you did the other ones, yeah. It's a zone in its own way. Now, when you
Mhm.
hit accept, you can click food. Um,
Instead of none, you do food.
Now go ahead and click custom after you've hit food. You can see that it's selected everything, or nothing but food for you. What I do is I deselect drinks here and also seeds, and I have separate seed
Oops,
like plump
crap.
helmet spawn stockpiles closer to um the farm and the stills, usually between them. Um, and I have my drinks someplace that's like centrally located the entire fort. You can put those wherever you want. Things that don't have a stockpile will just be placed in the workshop that they were made in, and that's not a problem until a certain point when they start getting a cluttered modifier to them. And at that point, you'll have to find out whatever it is that's filling up the space and cluttering it and make a stockpile for it. So I try to like just have a separate like seed stockpile and drink stockpile from my food,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't matter at this point if you want to just keep them all one thing.
Hell yeah.
Stockpiles is one of those things where it's just however it makes sense to you to organize things.
Okay.
And you can also select you can have stockpiles feed to or from other ones and to certain workshops. You can really get into like your whole like home automation kind of thing
I
with
gotcha.
stockpiles and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. I think I'm gonna make it everything just for now, and then like get them all the supplies into the place, and then we can sort them out as they need be. Because this is only food, which we have only on the cart currently.
Right.
Yeah,
and
and then it's just good. Like it's just auto done.
Yeah. They'll automatically, as long as they have a hauling labor enabled, they will start filling the stockpile where and when appropriate.
All right.
I would highly suggest you build a carpenter's workshop and
Oh,
start
yeah.
making beds and barrels because you'll need more barrels than you have to store all your food. That can go anywhere. I usually actually build those outside near the trees, just for convenience until I'm ready to move everything inside. But it's always
Okay.
safer to build things like that inside.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can also have repeating tasks on your workshops, and if you have multiple repeating tasks without priority, they will flip back and forth. So I'll tell my carpenter just be like, hey, for this first like season or year, go back and forth making beds and barrels and bins to put all this shit in.
Okay.
Beds, like I said, are super important right now because people are going to start throwing actual tantrums over not having any beds.
Right.
And like I said, barrels are for storing larger quantities of things in stockpiles and keeping them from rotting. Because right now, if you run out of barrels, they will start just putting raw food on the ground,
Oh, good. Love that.
and that will rot. And there's a mechanic in this game called miasma, and you've probably seen miasma
Stupid
already watching
miasma.
streams. Yeah, that I have more issues with that coming from like the kitchen than any dead person or enemy anywhere near my fort. Like it's always my fucking kitchen, and it's usually because prepared meals and food has rotted in the kitchen and like in the workshops themselves, and I can't see the sprite, so I don't think about it. Um, so having having stockpiles up and running already, and like making sure that your food is being stored is probably one of like the most important things you can do early on, because it's not just an issue of starvation and thirst, it's like the poop clouds that make everyone kill each other.
Oh, God, okay. Well, I mean, like, when you're in a tight space, I just looked around myself. Like, when you're in a tight space, they can totally be like that. Like, a stink really stinks.
Yeah.
So I could see that driving a beast mad. So,
Underground especially.
all right, so I'll build a carpenter's place. I'm trying to think of the layout of this place and like how I want to do it.
What I tend to do later on is, as I go down, I start dedicating each Z level to like an industry. So I'll have my like my dormitories on one level, and then maybe another level, and then I'll have like a entire level that's just for dealing with wood. There's a central wood stockpile, and not only my carpenters, but my wood furnaces for making charcoal and other wood-related workshops are just there, feeding off the same central stockpile.
That's
And
a good
I do the same
idea.
thing with my rocks and my metallurgy and my gems.
Okay.
Don't be afraid to utilize Z levels. Don't don't dig into the caverns or worse, but yeah, don't be afraid to dig down either.
Mhm.
I can't wait to tell you about the circus.
All right, so I'm gonna have them dig that, and then they're gonna be building the stockpile. That's our
Yeah.
builder right there.
Mhm.
Broker. Oh, look, she got it up.
You're going to need to. You don't have a manager right now. You could have a special dwarf called a manager that will create work orders to make this a lot easier. But for now, go ahead and click on the still. Add new task. Brew drink from plant, and have that repeat. Click the loop button there next to the exclamation mark. There you go. That will start using up your plump helmets, get more seeds, and get alcohol. And as people have time, they'll come and do that. If you want a dedicated brewer, which you do have, I think, you can click on
Yeah.
workers.
We do.
And click on the workers tab, and then you can assign the right person. And I think the highest skilled person. It doesn't always sort by that. It's supposed to sort by skill, but it'll show you like who can do that. It'll list like proficient brewer and relevant skills there. But yeah,
crap.
he can be tasked on that. He is going to do nothing else though, as long as he has plump helmets. So
Fair enough. We got plenty. And then
that's the trade-off of having people hyper focus on things means that like you will find yourself out of like haulers and menial labor and pickers and farmers and other things too. So
yeah. I'm more interested in getting things inside right now.
yeah,
so,
that's fair. Yeah.
So like if we have to hole up for a couple of days because of something, but I need doors and stuff on this place as well.
Yeah.
But all that I think is a future me problem. So let's call it here.
Hell yeah.
Uh,
You didn't get mauled by the Googer.
It's true.
And we haven't hit the aquifer. Maybe it's just not here. Maybe it's only in the plain and not in the actual mountains. Because I think the aquifer thing went away when you looked over the actual mountains. So I think you spawned in like the luckiest possible way here. You embarked in the luckiest way here.
Oh, good. The luck of the Irish as it is.
For having Googers and Yetis and black bears and water blocks that just start spewing water. So what an aquifer actually is, it's not a body of water underground, but a layer of trapped rocks that will start infinitely spewing water out of them.
Okay.
And water in this game works more like Terraria than Minecraft. It's finite usually, but an infinite source, especially one coming from off map like a river, will keep pumping water out of it forever.
on.
And aquifer blocks are just like regular blocks but wet, and you have to smooth them or pump the water out. So that's what that system is. It's not like you're going to hit actual water at any point.
Yar.
It's a thing about the rocks, and
Okay, that's interesting.
it's like silverfish tiles, like in a way.
I know that less than the reference of Terraria. So I think I'd like to ask you if you felt up to giving me a raid target. Since you are the guest, I'd like to give you a chance if it's something you're not sure of. I could definitely.
I have a few if you'd like.
Yeah. I
Who
actually
do we
see.
got live?
I see Raw Zim's actually playing Dwarf Fortress. And I haven't raided Raw Zim in a while, fellow Martin.
Yeah, Zim's always an idea. My suggestion personally would be my good friend Trip Hazard, who has gotten back into streaming after a long kind of mental health related hiatus.
We raided Trip. Was that Monday? Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, never mind. Well, up to you then.
Because Trip.
Zim and Trip are my two suggestions.
Siobhan had done a just chatting stream before our end of the year stream, and they Quill the night before had been in VR chat and with Win and Trip and and like they had this whole fiasco thing about like Win was in the car with a bunch of people who had also just started to role play as children, so they all just like it was like Loop, Wolvez, Chance. Yes. Yeah, they were all just playing around, and they pulled up to the like Quill went to the the door and just started looking in, just peering in, and Win opened the door and says, "Okay, I'd like to order apple slices." And it started a whole role play thing that
is that how they got married eventually? Did they get married out of wedlock?
Yeah, at first they did. Well, you don't get married out of wedlock.
Well, I mean,
they were Torrance kids.
They had kids out of wedlock.
They were Torrance kids.
Oh, they were Torrance kids.
And Trip was the the manager, and Quill was like the window person. It was a whole thing. So our raid message from coming back from that story, and like Trip had just started streaming again. We were like, "Sir, this is a Wendy's. Give me apple slices." So that was something like that was the raid message.
Awesome.
So I'm not opposed, but I don't know. What do you feel?
I don't know. I mean, I'd raid into Trip again because Trip deserves the love. You can say it's my decision this time. It's a raid from me.
And then at which point, what's the raid message? I think a lot of people did enjoy it because the marriage ceremony was definitely something that like fits alongside the viewers here.
I've been like on the periphery of this lore because I knew that Torrent and Vadio got married, and then they had Trip and like Win had kids, and they got married, and then but they were Torrent's kids. I just could not follow along with the fucking lore.
I couldn't tell you.
But I've been watching it from the distance and smiling and nodding.
Poison, tasty fish. All right, guys. So what is going to be our raid message then, Duke? Duke. Do we have any raid messages, suggestions from chat? Thank you all for being here, by the way.
And thank you for having me a ton. Thank you again so much for this. This has been a blast.
Kagan. Man, Kagan, you hang in there. Hell yeah. Welcome on in. I hope you enjoyed it. Kagan Duke free. Oh,
I never use raid messages. I'm so bad at them.
they're so silly. Like that's the only time. I am a coily and I am a digging a hole. You know, that's not bad.
I mean, you were digging a hole. Different game, but
Diggy Diggy Duke. I don't know. Dookie Dookie no. Oh, I said that one out loud and I heard it and I stopped it myself. No.
Duk, 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 duk.
Been a good background distraction while you finish this game jam project. Ooh. Gosh, I didn't know you were working on a game jam. Hell yeah. I'm excited about it. All right, guys. Thank you all for being here, especially you, Zeke. I will not stop eating my ass. I will eat others as well. Don't you tempt me. Guys, go give Pine Martin Zeke here a follow.
Oh, wow.
Sweet Bean, as you saw here, very intelligent, very fun, talks about music, can talk about anything, I think. We talked about wheelbarrows for an hour. The etymology of that. Go give them a follow because they are an absolute wonderful beast who sat here and patiently talked to me through Dwarf Fortress.
I had a blast. I love sharing things I'm passionate about, especially with people like you.
Hell yeah.
And thank y'all for the follows today. It was really kind of y'all. I just now noticed some of those come in.
Hell yeah.
Really appreciate it. I've only been streaming for like half a year now. I'm still learning and growing, so every little bit helps.
And as always, we're here as a resource. We've been streaming. We know more than we actually do put forward. DDV, hello. I didn't. It's like I didn't know you weren't following us. Hello, Bark. Oh, Wooyar. Hello, sweet doggy. Okay, so we're gonna raid out to Trip Hazard. Wonderful, silly goober. Oh, Foe, where have you been? Foe, you would have loved it. We were talking lore and all sorts of things. Oh, Foe is one of the, I think, if not the one that has made more lore than us for our stream, has contributed a hell of a lot. Oh, Thanos is only 3.5 years old. You know, this is an 18+ stream, darling. We got to get out of here.
Ooh. Babby.
Thanos. All right. Good job. Thank you, Katas. I love it. Let's raid out of here. I'm out of brain cells. I almost sent the raid to the raid message. All right, Trip Hazard. You have selected the target. Let's get on out of here, friends. Thank you all so much for being here. You're all so fun, so lovely. I had a great time. And I hope you did too. We'll be back Monday. I just remembered that we're going to be doing a convention next week on Monday, or not Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Is it about my cube?
Anyways, we're not going to be here all next week, but we'll talk to you guys Monday. Same time, same bat channel. Love you all so much. Again, I cannot. This story is based. Let's raid on out of here with the crashing OBS, who just reminded me it's crashing still. Love you all. Thank you. See you on the other side. Oh, did we do the raid message? Yes, this was the raid message. Scrum. Anyways, love y'all. See you on the other side.